cash back on tickets to concerts and games. So grab a bite, grab a seat, and earn unlimited 3% cash back with the Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN, and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Come on in. The water is warm. Tuesdays when it's foggy out, Martin Doug always says, let's go to the phone lines. So that's what we do on Tuesdays when it's foggy. Phone calls it is.
But hands-free, please, if you phone in while driving. Hands-free.
All right. Yeah, that's smart to do.
Yeah, load them up. Doug, you want to load them up today?
974-0101.
Load up the phone lines? Yeah.
All right, let's start by clearing the lines.
Yep.
anyone who's on there now, let's get them out. Let's clear the lines.
What if they've been on
Okay,
hold
we're good
for
to
like
go.
a half hour, 2 hours? You just clear them out.
You got to clear them out.
Why do you got to clear them out? Because there's a new topic? Why did they clear them out?
It's kind of a Take Smith's way of saying, I mean business here. We're going to stay on this topic. Clear the lines.
Yeah, fresh takes only.
Fresh takes only.
Probably had
like that.
nobody on the line anyway.
Right.
By saying that, it sounded like there was a backup
Right.
of 10 calls.
There you go.
So hurry up and call now so you can save me.
Only a few spots remain. We're loaded up right now, but we could sneak in a few more if you'd like. Yeah, this is Bill. I just called. Yeah, go ahead. You're on.
The Bridgeton landfill fume huffer is in that YouTube chat, and it's brought to you by Michelob Ultra. And he says, boys, the birds are becoming a benevolent baseball bunch. Doug, do you like that?
I don't mind it.
Birds are becoming a benevolent baseball
Benevolent.
bunch. You love alliteration, and that B sound is so authoritative.
I don't know if the word benevolent works, so isn't it? Isn't that like charitable?
I didn't go to
giving?
Ladue. Jackson, what does benevolent mean?
Yeah, like,
I definitely know this off the top of my head.
it's supposed to be kind of nice.
well-meaning
polite.
and kindly.
It's a kindly baseball bunch, like
Okay.
Johnny Bench and Tommy Lasorda.
I like it for alliteration. Definition for a baseball team. All right, I'm going to allow it. They've won 9 in a row, Doug.
Okay.
I'm going to allow it.
Well, listen to this. It's an organization serving a charitable rather than profit-making purpose, which makes me think of...
They love the fans, not money.
There you go.
That's true. So it does make sense. Okay, we will allow it. We will. It's been impressive what they've done, that's for sure.
Last night, number one, they were wearing the Navy caps, as they should. And how much better does that look? I'll let you answer that question inside your head. And number two, that was kind of a little playoff baseball game.
Felt like it, yeah. It's been 7 games since they gave up as many as 3 runs. And if you give up 3 runs or less, you almost always win. You win 75, 80% of your games if you give up 3 or less. That's the key. The pitching has just been incredible.
And every year there's a guy you think, I don't know, but he's pretty good. I think Leahy's that guy this year. Didn't think much about Kevin Leahy at all being on the team, and now I'm like, you know what?
Big stones in those two. In the
I want him
third.
out there.
And don't sleep on Libby.
Yeah.
Another quality start for Libator. 2 runs and 5 1/3.
Surprised the prime ministers haven't come knocking on the Southside Siemens door and trying to acquire him.
Well, if you release him, I'll pick him up.
Well, what an offer.
Got it, Charlie Marlowe's releasing of Bo Bichette. One of the more confusing moves in our league's history, but the Southside Seamen were delighted to have the waiver claim on that. Matthew Liberatore is not going anywhere.
Oh, isn't he?
No, he's not.
Sell high.
He likes the room. He doesn't want to leave.
I don't want to mess with the chemistry in the room. Yeah, I don't know where that's come from. That was a waiver wire pickup, probably a streaming move. And I'm like, he's not doing too bad. And he continues to do it. And to beat the Philadelphia Phillies, as Chip Carey was saying when Castellanos came up late in the game, he's like, man, this lineup, it's relentless. And it is. And you hold that lineup in check, only allow 2 runs. To make it 9 in a row, 23-19, and now the away record not as glaringly brutal as it was when they started this road trip. It is 8-13. And Doug, you were saying to us before the show, you said the Cardinals are coming. Tra-la.
I was singing and dancing, quite frankly. You know, Libator, it feels like he's been around a while because we've been sour on the Rosarena trade for so long. He's only 25. So he's probably 2 or 3 years short of his prime still. And right now he looks like he's pitching like a number 1 or 2 starter.
That Phillies lineup, I was thinking the same thing, and Chip said it, but it goes Trey Turner, he's tough. Bryce Harper behind him. Kyle Schwarber, who does nothing but hit. Oh, there's Castellanos. Oh, they got JT Realmuto. You almost forget about it. Like, it just keeps going. And you hold that crew to 2. Also, our guy, Ivan Herrera, he has 5 home runs in 31 at-bats. 31 at-bats. So if he got 600 at-bats, Doug, he'd have 100 home runs.
Yeah, Babe Ruth didn't hit him at that pace. It's a home run every 6 at-bats. They're going to have to find a spot every night in the lineup for him somewhere, and maybe it's DH. That's what it looks like it's going to be.
The Cardinals are a game back of the Cubs, Doug, and making their claim for the 2025 National League Central. Going to be a fun NLDS when they take on the Mets, and wow, what a showdown it'll be when they meet the Dodgers in the NLCS. How many NLCSs will that be for the Cardinals and Dodgers?
Oh, I'd have to count.
85, 2013. 2004 was an NLDS.
Oh, that's right.
Jose Lima got him in Game 3, Martin. We were
14 was a DS, so 13 was
yeah.
So 85
in 2013.
So 04, 09, Lima
Clayton
time.
Kershaw, Matt Carpenter. I think that was a 38 pitch at bat. Was that what it was? 38 pitch.
I don't still out for the numbers.
Well, anyway, it's going to be a fun postseason.
Okay, it is. I bet John Mozeliak's feeling awfully good right about now because he took so much heat from every direction all off season. No one thought this team had a chance, including me. About a month ago, we thought this team is going nowhere. And, boy, they look like just a completely different team over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, if you're him, I think it's a little early to get too excited, but you feel good. We could probably do a half-hour show of just Mozeliak drops, Jack.
Good morning.
Thank you. It's as if he's here. We would book him. But Doug, we don't need to book him. He's already here.
Right. We have him every day. I think he's got to be feeling awfully good right about now. Some of the young guys have come around. As I said yesterday, if Walker and Gorman could just give him a little something close to the potential, they would have a potent lineup.
If they did somehow, if this squad somehow did make the postseason, could you imagine a Mo exit press conference? It might be a tad smug. He might have a little bit of fun with it. I don't know. But the point we made, I think, going back to February, and is it enough to contend with the Dodgers or Mets? I mean, probably not. But it is kind of a likable bunch, the benevolent bunch that you're rooting for.
Baseball bunch.
I don't know how benevolent.
It reminds, I told you, neighbor Bill would watch games and he'd say, oh, he seems like a great guy. Oh, this fella, and I would always be like, I don't want to tell him the truth. He's kind of a jackass. But these guys come up like, there's Newt. We kind of like Newt. Win, young guy. Good for him. Donovan's a pleasant gentleman as well.
Yeah.
I think Arenado's even like, maybe this isn't the worst place on the planet.
Is that what he's saying?
As he comes to the plate, he's coming around. Contreras like, see, I wanted to stick around.
Doug, I just glanced up at the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and as we discussed this Cardinal 9-game winning streak, I see Tiny PP, and that's the wealthy PP family.
Oh.
They're over in Huntley.
Where'd their money come from?
Was that Cole? The PPs?
Cole. Okay. They're connected with the Peabody coal people?
I think there was some kind of combining of estates at one point, but he says on a serious note, Taco Bell does not have the Baja Chalupa anymore.
So on a serious note,
I looked up there just to see what was doing, and I saw that, and I thought, well, that needs to be said.
Mm-hmm. Going to get us off track here.
Boy, they need to clear the lines. The YouTube chat. All right, let's clear the lines. Start over.
I don't do as much Taco Bell as I probably should. Fleas fried chicken or nothing for me now.
Hell yeah, Doug.
I don't see Doug with his current regimen eating much Taco Bell.
Yeah,
I don't
last time you had Taco Bell?
Oh, God, years.
Oh, it's been a few years.
Was it on the 3-week vacation? Did your family
I've
stop?
never been on a 3-week vacation.
Savard's online too.
Yeah, I've never one time came even close to a 3-week vacation.
You and Herb Humphreys would grab a camper and go on a little road trip.
He was too busy nightside.
Arenado sucks. He looked like Helen Keller last night over at third. That's from Lady Sonia's teacup.
I'm not happy with anyone.
Arenado sucks. Come on.
Go to hell.
Yeah, that's what I'd say. Go to hell on that take.
Good morning, fellas. Hope everyone's day is full of Sappos, fried Deedle, and soft motherly feet. That's from Fuelsy. How about that?
What was the second one?
Fried Deedle.
Sappos?
Chickadeedle.
Yeah, Chickadeedle.
Oh, okay.
Always goes back to Lee's.
Our friends. Mm-hmm. I talked with the head of Lee's yesterday.
You talked with the CEO
Did you get
of
called
Lee's,
in?
the chairman. You were at the board meeting.
Media buyer. He was bullish. On the situation. He liked it. He thought it was funny. Yeah, it was fun.
So he called you up to say, hey, I'm bullish.
Well, he's like, What a fun ride that was.
It's over?
No, I'll feel the brunt of it for a while, but
Yeah, I think it'll live on forever for you, and then for a little while for Lee's. People walking in asking for foot rubs with a side of fries.
that's fine. As long as people are going to Lee's, then I've done my job.
And the Battlehawks game, noon on Saturday. You knew that. 11:30 pregame. Next 3 games, all on Fox 2.
Oh, you
Thanks
have to
for
do that
asking.
live? And by have to, I mean, do you get to?
Tim, I mean, these are opportunities that, in this industry you're looking forward to.
Right.
Half-hour pregame, 11:30 Saturday morning, Tim.
Live
I don't know
pregame?
what you'll be doing, but I have an opportunity. In fact, you could join me in studio.
Is it a live pregame, Martin?
Yeah, mostly it's live with some elements that are on tape.
So out of 30 minutes, you got to filibuster for about 19 minutes?
You're probably looking at about a 20-minute window, Doug.
Yeah.
But there's so much to talk about. Squad's won 3 in a row. Max Duggan's getting W's.
Yep.
So
Was he from TCU? He's a quarterback at TCU, the Sonny Dykes team, the 21.
They ran into a tough little Georgia situation.
Right.
They shocked the world against the Wolverines.
That was a fun game, but the Georgia game did not go well.
I love the winning streak. Can we talk about Walker's drought, though? Guy looks lost at the plate. That's from the 618. Doug Jordan Walker last night is 0 for 4, 2 Ks, hitting a $180. He is buried at the bottom of the lineup, and it's been a bit of a struggle for.
Yeah, it has. I wonder if we're not going to see Burleson out there soon. If you're going to be a contender, you got to put your best lineup out there.
He is 1 for 22 in the month of May, a month the Cardinals, I don't believe, well, maybe they've lost once or twice.
They've lost since May 2nd.
Okay. 1 for 22. The Cardinals haven't lost since May 2nd as we sit here on May 13th, and he has 12 strikeouts in those 22 at-bats.
If you throw him a low off-speed or breaking ball, that's almost a guaranteed swing and miss.
I wonder if his size plays against him.
I think it does.
It's got to be hard to reach some of those pitches low. But there have been others his size that have managed to do it, so he's got to figure it out.
Made a nice running grab to end the game. I thought he was going to collide with friend of the show, Argo. I thought for sure this is not going to end well. This is not going to end well.
Wow. I thought the exact thing. Man, that would have been brutal.
I thought
that would have
Carlson.
been brutal. Doug, do you remember the final out of the 1982 NLCS with the Atlanta Braves?
Not really.
Okay. Willie
Smith?
McGee. Yes, nice, Martin. Willie McGee was kind of kneeling, waiting for the catch because they were running toward each other. And Lonnie Skate Smith ran in front of him, caught the ball, and off to the World Series. The Cardinals went for the first time in 14 years. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Mound City.
Yeah. If there's anyone you'd rather not run into full speed in the outfield, it would be Jordan Walker, I would think.
100%.
A little bit of a
Flying.
disparity there, Scott and Walker. I think, and I would have let Walker get the ball because he's getting there 100%. Walker, maybe he's going to get there. I just think he had such a full head of steam. There was no stopping that train.
Yeah. Well, I think Victor Scott's much more agile to throw the brakes on. At that point, Walker was, he kept running like another 50 feet after he caught it.
Here's the call. The game-winning catch last night in Philadelphia. Was this off the bat of Trey Turner?
Yeah,
I
guy you
believe
don't
so.
on the base pass down, up 1.
Pitch. In the air, shallow center. Victor broke back, and Walker's going to get there. Walker comes out of nowhere to save it for the Cardinals, who win their 9th straight game.
Boom.
Happy for Chip Carey that he finally gets to call a team that's
He
decent.
showed up at a bad time, didn't he?
Yeah. Man, has he suffered.
He's in the clubhouse with Arenado. Like, I thought they were good around here. I thought it was going to be fun.
Jordan Walker's listed as 6'6", 250. Scott, 5'11", 190. So that would have been a painful collision. Very painful. Normally, it's the center fielder's ball. If both guys can get there, the center fielder's supposed to take it. But
I actually would like to have heard from Walker. If he saw Scott, did he think, hey, I'm going to lay off? Or did he think, I couldn't stop?
It felt like he's been more aggressive in the outfield this year on trying to hunt down balls.
Well, as you like to say, good on him.
Yeah, good on him.
Because if he just kind of slowly went after it and it dropped, you're like, oh, dude,
and
that's
again,
Trey Turner.
Yeah, you can't have Trey Turner on the base pass there.
well, Walker's he's not a bad right fielder. He's not great yet, but he's certainly got the potential to be an extremely good right
Well,
fielder.
he
He's got a
started
big
off,
arm.
it was rough,
Yeah,
but his
he's a lot
defensive
better.
metrics have been on the uptick here. as of late. They might be in a weather situation. A lot of rain forecast in games in the east, northeast today, so that could be a spot to monitor. Cardinals would have an off day on Thursday, then go to Kansas City, and then back home on Monday against the Detroit Tigers. And I would imagine if the Cardinals could even win just, I don't know, 3 of the 5 remaining games, you would see an uptick in attendance. But again, it's a Monday night. It's the Detroit Tigers. Even though the Detroit Tigers are playing some really good baseball, I don't know how many household names for the casual fan they have. But
Al Kaline.
Yeah, I guess Al Kaline's in there. Kirk Gibson.
Yeah,
Alan
Hank
Trammell,
Greenberg's a
Lou
heck of a player.
Yeah, so that'd be fun to see you take your
Lance
kids down.
Parrish.
Sure.
They had Jack White on the broadcast last night. The
Jack
Tigers did.
Wagner, all I need, and he plays in those celebrity golf tournaments. He's a Jeff City guy, is that right?
I
Is
don't
he
know.
Jeff
I
City?
was going to say Springfield.
Was he a
Jeff
Hollywood
City.
Squares guy?
I don't think so.
He's a soap opera guy.
You're thinking of Charlie Weaver.
Paul Lynde.
Paul Lynde. You're animals, both of you. You know that, don't you?
I said Jack White. What's going on?
From the White Stripes?
Yes, he's a big Tigers fan.
And was he married, or was he brother-sister?
I thought he was married. This could get awkward. I guess I'm the last
I think
person to
it's
talk about that
brother
right now.
sister, but I have to say I fall into the camp
No,
of
I think
never
they're
was
married.
clear.
Well, see, there you go. And now they're in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and the question is, will they perform together?
He's since divorced, but
Oh, is that the issue?
well, I think he took her name. I don't think he was Jack White all his life.
Doug,
I
is that a
think he
cuck move?
took
It
her
sounds
name.
like it.
I think he took Meg White's name.
What's the 7th Army?
Seven Nation Army.
Every high school band plays it at every high
sporting
school
event.
football
Yeah,
game.
every sporting event.
Dun, 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 dun,
Down in Columbia, Missouri, you go with Timmy Trumpet.
Preferred.
A lot.
A lot of places go with that.
Jack White is a massive woke loser. That's from Eric in the Central West End.
Okay.
Jackson's attracted to him, but he doesn't find him attractive.
Case in point.
I did notice we had a little company get together yesterday. There was a little staff meeting, and Jackson, there were very few seats. And
Jackson
I said,
immediately gravitated to Marsh, and they sat
sat
there
right next to
and
him.
they tee-heed the whole time. It was appalling.
Yeah, it was big. I was giving him, I was squeezing his knee.
I'm like, hey, where do you want to sit, Jackson? He said, I'm going to go up front. And he sits right down next to Marsh. It's a thing.
It just happened that way. But
Martin was wondering if I wore a suit for the meeting.
I felt woefully underdressed. Coach Kiowski had a little get-together. I look, and the whole day, Tim is wearing a sport coat, Natalie clad.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you.
And I'm like, at the meeting, I'm like, hey, we're a bunch of radio people. What are you-
I did notice when Tim walked in yesterday, he was all gussied up, as we'd like to say.
I like that term, Doug. Gussy.
I gussied up, and I was like, "Oh crap! Was I supposed to get dressed up for the meeting?" And I looked at that, and Martin was walking in right after you, and I saw Martin. I was like, "I'm good.
No,
offense."
Hey,
was-
I combed my hair yesterday.
It didn't even cross my mind that and Tommy Mattern, head of programming here at Hubbard Radio, goes, "Wow, you got really dressed up for this meeting." I got like another meeting at 1:00 that I'm gussied up for. But
I thought you were going to make a presentation. It's time for Timmy to take over the meeting.
I'm so sick of Timmy Trumpet. It's even the return music for NHL on ESPN, Doug. That comes from Dad, who was known at one time as Daddy Padre, 2019 Cup winner with the Blues.
Well, it's a catchy little tune. You hear it a lot, though. Every third down at Mizzou football games when they're on defense. The Mets used to play it when their closer came in. I don't know if
That's
they
what
It was
still
their
do.
thing.
Yeah, that's what started it.
Edwin Diaz.
Yeah, they had the guy come in live. That was
I like
was
that.
awesome. Yeah, that was really cool.
But was he really playing, or was he trumpet syncing?
When
It was trumpet singing.
when I listened to it, when I saw it, it felt like a little different than the original version, but you never know.
Yeah, I don't know how you'd get that kind of audio quality on a
Right.
stadium
Yeah.
that they get in the studio.
Yeah.
TMA still on the air thanks to Tim's attire and professionalism. Thank him. That's from the Jefferson Barracks Gigolo. Yeah, that maybe should be the theme, too, Doug. We got the phone calls coming in, Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And then we can just take your thank you notes for me throughout the day in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. The program is called The Morning After, and it airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Oh, there it is.
Doug, how's this? Is you fired up? Are you at Faroe Field? Are you ready for Rock Chalk Jayhawk?
Well, in a big moment, in a big third down, yeah, I'm ready to go. I don't know about every single third down.
Well, here comes Shane Beamer.
Okay.
What about Roll Damn Tide?
They do have a nice home schedule. This coming.
Damn right.
6 straight to start. The first road game was like mid-October.
And I think that might be at War Eagle.
And they get Kansas,
I think I'm going to go to that, too. I'm trying to figure out how to do this, with children.
Oh.
Where do you even stay when you go to Auburn? I guess Auburn.
Is the Ham close enough?
What's the Ham?
Birmingham?
Oh, come on. Ruben Studdard? 205?
Ruben Studdard. Holy crap. What was a Ruben Studdard reference?
It's from the 205.
My goodness. I
Birmingham.
think ATL might be closer than the Ham. Doug, will you check on that for me?
Well, I'm kind of busy.
Ruben Studdard did the anthem at that Cards 2005 NLCS, somewhere down there in Houston, and they had security for him. He already took up the entire tunnel. And
his nickname was Big Sexy, wasn't it? Or was that Kevin Nash of the New World Order?
I can't remember the names or the years, but they cleared the tunnel because the anthem singer was coming through. He already took up a lot of space, and then they cleared more out for him to get. And then George Bush, the senior, came through, I believe. Senior Bush, and they didn't clear as much space for him as they did for
the
man
American
from the
Idol
205
reference. Very foggy morning here in the St. Louis metropolitan area, and I see that Hot Shot hit foul in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Says Ladue has fog removal trucks. Jackson, is that
Fog removal?
You guys are able to remove the fog with trucks.
Well, money can do a lot of things. I don't know if it can defy physics.
Hot Shot hit foul.
I like that. It looks like Montgomery, Alabama is actually pretty close.
All right, maybe we'll stay there.
I think the Ham might be.
Auburn is it's the first away game. It's Auburn.
Is that right? And I think it's October 18th.
That is correct.
yeah.
Tim.
Holy
Well, let's
crap.
go. Let's load up that camper with Herb Humphreys, Doug, and let's do it.
Let's fly PJ.
I'll say as a student, though, having 6 straight home games is not like it's good because that's a good weather tailgates. But after like tailgate 5 in a row, it's more fun to do it inconsistent, like 1 week on, 1 week off, 1 week on, 1 week off.
Let me tell you something. I want you to look me in the eyes right now. These baby blues that have seduced a lot of gentlemen in the area.
No. And all I can see is your baby blues right now.
Exactly.
I
Right.
got
Well, that's a
nose
height
up.
issue,
Yeah.
and I'm battling through it. They didn't have my phone books in here when I got here today. In 5, 10, 15, 20 years, you're going to wish you could have a tailgate. You understand me?
Yeah.
I need you at those tailgates.
No
Not
doubt.
for me, but for you.
Sure.
Because when you're sitting there at 48 and you're going, oh, my God, this is what's staring ahead of me, you're going to wish you were at the tailgate.
No doubt.
All hopped up on a potpourri of fun and games. And
right.
maybe a little summer sundress Sappho's, brother. So I need you at that tailgate. I don't give a damn if it's Central Arkansas or if it's South Carolina. You're going to be at that tailgate. Are we clear?
Central Arkansas, that's a no dice. That's a Thursday game.
Scottie Pippen.
No dice.
Jackson's
No,
out on
Thursday.
Labor
what kind
Day
of true
weekend.
sun are we talking about here?
They moved
Is
it
that
just for
Labor Day
people
weekend?
like-
I thought the
Yeah.
Kansas game was Labor Day weekend.
No, they moved that game to Thursday. Coach Drinky said, we got a lot of folks who like to go down to the lake. We're
Yeah.
gonna take care of them by having the Thursday game.
I'd rather than do a Saturday game.
You would?
No, I actually like
Not as a
I like the
student.
Thursday game to start the season. No, as a non-student, I like the Thursday game to start the season.
It looks like they may not have a cold weather game the whole season unless Arkansas at the end of November. Other than that, it could be a great season full of
Smooth
weather.
sailing.
Yeah.
There you go, Doug. Off to the national championship go the Tigers, and off to the World Series go the Cardinals. 9 straight wins, and they will do battle if the weather cooperates in Philadelphia tonight. I wonder if they would go doubleheader tomorrow. That'd put them in a spot. I'm sure plenty of those guys on the team were planning on, as we heard from Stephen Matz yesterday, bolting to home and then flying to Kansas City, whether that be Friday morning or Thursday night, however they would accomplish that to spend some time with the family. So if they were to have a doubleheader, that could change up the arithmetic for the Cardinals. It really would be ideal to avoid that because those things can have compound effects. But in the East Coast and Northeast tonight, there's a lot of rain in the forecast. Either way, 9 in a row. And here is the Cardinal manager talking about the win last night and the confidence the team has.
Really good all the way around. I'd say a win like that gives that group some good confidence knowing that they can hang with anybody. Played a really good game, to your point, ran the bases well. Defense was good. And then some timely hits, some homers. Libby did his job, and then the bullpen was phenomenal as well. So it's a good one.
A little tight on the edit there at the end.
Yeah, you thought there was like maybe
It's a good one.
They might have wiped back to the studio. You never know. It might have been a whoosh.
I'm not entertaining this nonsense any longer.
Okay.
Oh my gosh!
It's just, I'm just not, no replies.
No reply.
Jackson will not be replying to Doug's criticism of his editing skills.
That's right.
But I think Ollie is loosely alluding to the fact, all right, we beat the Pirates. All right, we beat the Nationals. All right, this one mattered. We just played a real team.
Yeah, I mean, it started off with the Mets, and now you've got one against the Phillies. I share that. I bet fans appreciate that because, yeah, I mean, 6 against the Nationals and Pirates is 6 against the Nationals and Pirates. But 3 of those now from the Mets and the Phillies, that is a different ball game. Here is what he had to say about Matthew Liberatore, who is turning into something that I would imagine the vast majority of Cardinal fans did not see. I would be at the top of the list, even though he is a proud member of the Southside Seaman Fantasy Baseball Club.
Libby was good. He was good. Left some pitches up from time to time, but overall landed everything. Got ahead of guys. Mixed the changeup and cutter enough to keep people off the 4-seam. I mean, it was solid.
What was going on in the background?
Was there a child back there?
Can I hear that again?
Hold on, I'm going to play the back.
I don't think it's music.
Mixed the changeup and cutter enough to keep people off the 4-seam. I mean, it was solid.
Somebody's singing.
It sounds like music. Female
But not
vocalist.
good music. So was it somebody?
It sounded a little like they play for the fans, not money. It sounded like Lord Royals. Is that 2000? I'm going to say 12 because it gets me 13 and 11.
Well, I was going to say
So it was
12,
big during
maybe
their World
13.
Series years. I'm going to go 13.
We pay almost no attention to what the manager says, only concerned about the editing and the background noise.
And Tiny Peepee's observation on Taco Bell removing the Baja Chalupa in the Michelob Ultra.
Clear the
YouTube chat.
lines.
Yep, 13. Go ahead, yeah,
All right, so I
13.
win.
Correct, Chairman? Yeah, 13.
Okay. They announced a crowd of more than 42,000.
That was
there last
that
night.
was fun. That was another reason why it felt like a playoff game. Number 1, Navy Caps, and number 2, packed house. Didn't necessarily have that in D.C. and Pittsburgh with the Cardinals in town. Didn't necessarily have a big crowd. I really will be intrigued. I realize it's not necessarily fair to go, okay, let's see what the crowd looks like when it's a Monday night game against the Detroit Tigers. But you do have a weekend series following that Tigers series against the Diamondbacks. And if people will get on board, I'm sensing based on the text inbox that people are getting on board.
I think they will. Yeah, I don't think it'll be packed right away, but I think they'll get twice the crowds they've been getting anyway.
I was watching the Cubs last night, and they have a packed house against the Marlins on a Monday. I mean, absolutely full bleachers, packed behind home plate. And that's a team that could be spending a lot more money. There's been some discontent up there. They've made some moves, but on the whole, they've been pretty conservative, kind of sitting back, saying, this division's not very good. But I'll tell you what, they're showing up. I'm not saying Cardinal fans need to do the same, but it is notable. Chicago, it's May, the Marlins on a Monday, and it was absolutely packed. I'm going to look up league attendance.
Okay.
The Cardinals were like 11 last time I looked.
I would think the Cardinals' attendance will improve a lot. Now that school's out, maybe it'll stop raining here for a day or two. They're much better than they were a month ago. I would think that the attendance will improve a lot. Blues are done.
Cubs are currently 7th in Major League Baseball in attendance. You know who leads, Doug?
Dodgers.
Yes. You know who's number 2?
Yankees.
They're 3rd.
Oh, number 2. Did you say number 2?
Number 2, and I would say this
Giants.
fan base, I would say, has been re-energized in the last 5 years. Kind of a sleeping baseball market.
Atlanta.
I was going to go Padres.
Yes, San Diego. They pack them in.
Yeah.
Dodgers, Padres,
They got a
Yankees.
hell of a roster. Obviously, a great ballpark. You want to be outside. That makes sense.
Phillies, Mets. Top 5. Dodgers, Padres, Yankees, Phillies, Mets. There you go.
Baseball's all they've got now in San Diego, too, for a big city.
Shot at the MLS out of nowhere.
Wow.
They were just in town.
Wow.
The San Diego United
Wow.
SCFC team club.
Wow.
Verbatim.
Wow. MLS fans, call in. Doug Vaughn will be taking your
Clear the
calls.
lines.
314
Nothing but MLS calls.
974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. That's how you can get involved on said presentation. Jackson, why don't you tell people what's on the Stiefel dossier
I
today?
wouldn't mind knowing.
What's on the Stiefel dossier today is the question.
That's a bad sign right there, Martin. I don't know how many tells you can pick up, but that's a bad one right there.
Well, nobody on the Callier and Thompson phone lines on the guests today.
Oh, Pestis is on hold.
Well, Pestis,
Come on, let's get him on.
I would like to see the closed captioning on that thought.
That's evergreen. That the closed caption would be mumbles and nervousness.
Yeah.
Outside of that, just a lot of takes, man. A lot of things to discuss.
Oh, Doug.
I do like the dossier
I'm
today. It just
diving
doesn't
in.
have any guests.
Maybe we need
It has no
Pestis.
guests.
Maybe we need him.
Hockey season's over.
It is.
There's no guests.
That's a shot
This
at
is
what the
liberal.
Carolina Hurricanes did last night to the Caps.
That is a shot.
And what about the Oil? One win away from the Western Conference Finals.
did
Connor
see that.
McDavid, hello.
So the goalies can just, after you score, they just get to beat the crap out of you. I
Kind
remember,
of taken up for Binnington. That was kind of his move. He'd be a bandy little rooster back there.
yeah, I'm a novice hockey fan, but I didn't know like once you score somewhere near the goalie that they can just start wailing on you. I did like watching that. And Trent Frederic with a first playoff tilt. I saw that.
T-Fred.
Trent Frederic.
I know who you
the
were
pride.
talking about.
Jackson's friends with him or something.
I went to middle school with him.
There you
Oh,
go.
you
Were
did?
you guys friends?
Yeah.
Did you mock hockey to his face?
No.
No. Don't recommend it.
Wouldn't.
Was he a great athlete and everything?
Yeah.
Don't go-
Great. World-class baseball player.
Was he?
Is that
Yeah.
a mockery of Doug's question?
No, just underscoring my point that he was a really good athlete.
That underscored it?
Yeah. It's like, are you kidding me?
Like,
Because
get out of
there
here.
are some hockey players who are world-class skaters and maybe not necessarily
Sure.
standouts in other sports.
Sure. No, really good baseball player, too.
Tim, have we loosely morphed into continental Yoff talk here?
Continental Yoff Talk is on the Stiefel dossier.
But that's not what this is. And Radio Wars, well, I can't wait.
You love Radio Wars. We got Radio Wars
In the building.
Two different shows in the building.
Yeah. One of them in this studio.
One of them in this studio. I haven't heard either piece
can't
of
wait.
audio. That is coming up here on TMA. And Doug, we're going to have to get together and decide how we defend ourselves. You know, we didn't start.
Someone's coming after us?
Yeah. And it's going to be very difficult. It's going to be very difficult.
It's not still learned coming after Jackson for his foot fetish.
Now, is that what it was?
There's so many things incorrect in that statement. No, it's not about anything feet.
I haven't heard it, so I don't even
But
know
I
what the
have
hell
no
it'd
foot
be.
fetish. I have to address that head on.
Okay.
But your kink seems to be bigger women.
Also false.
Well, you're all worked up about Phoenix Marie.
I wouldn't say all worked up. You asked me my favorite.
That's kind of a breaking ball.
It might be a breaking ball.
Hey, and you know what? I support it.
Yeah.
Doug's going to kink shame me because that's his thing.
It is.
I support it.
Yeah.
If you like to be dominated, hey.
I don't
But
necessarily.
she's like 6'3".
I don't think she's that tall. It's like Steph Curry.
How big a woman you like?
I don't like big women.
Imagine a big woman who's enjoying Mother's Day with fried chicken.
I don't like.
My good, you'd be Jason Biggs in American Pie.
No.
I've only got Phoenix Marie at 5'9".
See?
She wears, I don't know, she towers over the friends she gathers with in the San Fernando Valley.
Well, yeah.
Jackson wants to be one of those friends, Doug.
Strategic
And I
blocking.
guess that's what Learn was talking about on the Riz Show. We're going to find out here momentarily.
Doug, you like a good radio war?
Radio war, it was kind of like the hackneyed thing like DJs would do in the 80s, you know? Why are you laughing at that?
And then the loser
Is it going on right now?
I just have them imagining like the production meeting where they decide on how they're going to do it, and it really makes me giggle.
Yeah, it's, it's...
Then somebody sits on a billboard, refuses to come down.
So yeah, Radio Wars, and it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough, but you know what we're going to do around here? Battle through it. That's what we'll do. So we have that audio coming up here momentarily, but I do want to let people know they can email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Design Air is online at DesignAirService.com. That's Seth Goldcamp. He is the longest running sponsor sponsor on his show, going back a decade. And the sponsor of the email today, Martin's a client, Doug's a client, I'm a client as well. Doug, how about this? Thursday, 89 degrees. Friday, 89 degrees.
Nice.
If that air conditioning isn't working, you got a problem, brother. I don't care that it's May 13th. Make sure that everything is ready for the warm St. Louis weather months by going to designairservice.com. And if when you do turn that air conditioning on, you realize, oh man, it's not working right, all you have to do is go to designairservice.com. And I'm telling you, as somebody who's worked with them for a long time, they will be out quick, fast, and in a hurry. No upselling. You don't have to worry about any BS when they come over. They fix it and they move on. They earn your business for the long term through those kinds of business practices, not some ham and egg plan that locks you into doing business with them. They earn your business through the trust. That's Design Air Heating and Cooling, designairservice.com. Radio Wars next here on TMA.
Hey, this is Jackson with the SportsCenter update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals win 3-2 last night over the Philadelphia Phillies, make that 9 in a row for the Redbirds, and they try to extend that streak to double digits today against the Phillies. That's a 5:45 p.m. first pitch. Sonny Gray on the mound for the Cardinals. That was another SportsCenter update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, is this the theme song for Radio Wars?
Could well be, because we're a bunch of tough guys.
Yep.
Just street toughs.
Yep.
Cage fighters. A lot of us have a background in cage fighting.
I just got into this business, Doug, so I'd get some free peaches. That's the only reason I got into this industry.
Meg White's 50. Huh, who knew?
And they were married.
They were married.
Yeah.
It was not brother-sister.
But it was, even reading about it, it was confusing.
Jackson, you were on the marriage. Martin, you were on the brother-sister.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, he changed his name. He took her name. Her name was Meg White. His name was not Jack.
And you thought that was great. Are you considering taking your girlfriend's last name?
No. I mean, no.
That would be a soy boy move.
But like the name Jack White is a pretty cool rock and roll name. So if it was something like a different last name that maybe wasn't as good, wasn't as poppy, then maybe not. I don't know. You have to talk to Jack White. He's
Is there
on the
any
Tigers
circumstance
broadcast.
where you take your wife's last name?
Like if you were marrying into a billionaire family and they're like, the one deal is you got to take the last name. Mm-hmm. You're Doug whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, for
you
sure.
do it.
100%.
Doug, we are now dealing with Radio Wars.
Okay.
And it's not going to be easy because we are going to be fighting it on two fronts with two incredibly popular programs, The Riz Show and The Fast Lane. And Martin, it's really tough when one is in the very same studio that we do this program in. Jackson and Jamie Rivers have been sideways ever since Jackson announced that Lindy Ruff was the most attractive coach in the NHL. And then also he didn't know what icing was. And then also that Alex Pietrangelo played for the Edmonton Oilers.
And how about Winnipeg? WPG. WPG stands for wins per game.
Yeah, and they got us back around here after that.
And Tim, you're saying a former NHL player found that a little troublesome that the home of the Blues had this guy.
And that he was watching a Bucks and Nuggets game instead of the Blues.
I mean, Giannis and Jokic. Come on, man.
It just hurts.
So you got that going on. I do a show with Anthony Stalter, Spread Zone. We'll be recording one for the Preakness and the PGA Championship tomorrow. And I'm the golf guy, and Riz and Stalter shipped it for the Masters with Rory McIlroy. So we'll see how they perform for this week at Quail Hollow. And I need some horse insider to send me some information, if you could, because I got to be honest with you, that isn't not my bailiwick.
Journalism. Go for journalism.
That's right. Now, I like that, Kerry Davis, but, you know, I mean, if they're coming after us, then we got a problem. Marsh and Jackson have had to go to HR about their relationship. So that's going to be awkward. Martin, you saw them tee-heeing throughout the station meeting yesterday.
I'm in the back row, and I'm like, Jackie, what do you say we just stand back here? He goes, oh, there's some seats up front.
Yeah, right next to Marsh. And it's like Marsh had it, this seat saved. That's when he had a little piece of paper in the front row.
Well, we're going steady.
Yeah, see?
Did you pass notes during the meeting?
No.
There was tee-heeing going on. I saw the whole thing.
Willies.
But the Radio War started yesterday morning with Learn, friend of the show. And this is on the Riz Show, and Riz is on the Spread Zone with me and Stalter. I gather this is what we were told about yesterday. We have the audio. Jackson, set this clip up here.
So they're talking about most popular baby names and some baby name trends. Mm-hmm. My name came up, and this was Lauren's reaction.
So Mateo, by the way, cracked the top 10 for the first time last year when it was number 6. It's Spanish. It's the Spanish version of Matthew, which ranks 33rd.
Jackson also took that up.
Jackson.
I'm so sick of the name Jackson. I'm just sick of it.
It's a dangerous thing to be saying. There's
I know. I feel
that
like it's everywhere. And all the older guys I've ever met named Jackson are jerks.
Oh, wow.
Whoa. Must be jerks, am I right?
That's right. What's up?
Son of Jack.
Wow. That sting just a little bit, leave a mark.
Yeah.
So all of the ones she's met.
The older ones. I don't know the old ones named Jackson.
Andrew Jackson, Old Hickory.
That's a last name. Still, you can't help that.
Reggie Jones.
You can't help your first name either.
No, but you could change it.
Yeah, true.
MD 2020 is on our side. I'm ready to fight for this show. I will die for Tim. That is MD 2020 in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Slam was on Jackson, not Tim.
I already talked to Lauren. We've squashed any beef.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right. What'd she
we're all
say?
good. She said it slipped her mind that my name was an older guy. That's a fair. She prefaced it so that, because I don't know if I would consider myself older. I mean, older than
I have
something.
never met anyone over the age of 40 with the first name of Jackson.
Huh.
Not one
But
time.
Jackson Brown, you worked with him.
I never met him.
Fountain of Sorrow.
Bradley Cooper's character in Star is Born was named Jackson.
Okay,
Jackson
well, they
Maine.
made that up.
Well, still.
And that was a tribute to Chris Christopherson?
Certainly.
I'm just saying there's not a
Well, he
lot of
played.
people over 40 named Jackson.
That's fair.
So to say the older people I know named Jackson are jerks, cite some examples.
Well, she can probably do so. She actually did when we talked, and I'm not, that's not for air. But Rafe, I talked to Rafe Williams, who's also on the radio
And is
show.
a delight.
And is a delight.
And you don't like him because you hated Rafe LaFrance.
Oh, yeah. Fear spelled backwards.
Rafe, I was talking to Lauren about it, and Rafe goes, "Oh, yeah, she said that. I came right to your defense when I said, liar. I heard the audio. He didn't say a word."
Did he really tell you that?
Yeah, he's like, "What about our boy down the hall?" He's like, "I defended you immediately." Wrong. He didn't
you
say
went
a
back.
word.
And that's the problem with Radio Wars now, Doug, is we have the audio, and now it's just going to be, there's a lot of tension here in this building.
Jackson, are there any names that you hate? Maybe that work on that show?
No.
Any names that just come to mind? I don't know, like Learn or Rafe. I mean, just like random names that come to mind.
Yeah, Learn, I think. Yeah, no.
I'm telling you, if you're named Jackson, you might get to the big leagues. Jackson Churio, Jackson Holiday.
I told you I'm well, not hot right now, but Jurickson and Profar, we took credit.
You're going to claim Jurickson?
Yeah,
Jurickson.
Close enough.
You can't do that.
Why?
Because it's not the same name.
It's close enough.
It isn't.
No, I'm kidding.
You're like saying people named Doug. Oh, that's the same as Don. It's close enough. It isn't.
You're the one who always says stuff like that. You're like, oh, if I call him,
well, those are
Ansel
memory
Wainwright,
issues.
it's close enough.
Those are elderly memory issues.
Jackson is French for pale virgin. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
Good one.
Go microwave some shrimp and ditch carp. That'll show those jamokes down the hall in that other studio. That's from the Veiled Prophet.
Did that.
Martin, I think on our second day here at Hubbard Radio in January of 2022, Ken Iggy Strode would bring in fish for Doug to eat. Doug microwaved the fish in the break room, and the fragrance wafted through the hallways into the Riz Show studio, and they were appalled that somebody would microwave fish, and we had made our presence known that the kings of HD2 radio were in the building.
We spread our scent. It wasn't fish, it was shrimp.
And it needed to be microwaved?
Yes. I wanted to warm it up a little bit. Man, it was
Like a little
good.
scampi?
I don't smell a thing, so I didn't even notice anything was wrong. But the whole building, people were running out of the studios like cockroaches when the lights come on.
It really, yeah.
I topped a bar back from Nick's Pub named Jackson back in 09. Solid lay, large piece. Second husband found out, though, and away we went. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue Mountain Dog. She topped a
solid piece.
I don't even know what some of that means.
Bar back named Jackson. Was Hey K there in 2009?
You're asking me?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Probably late, right?
Has she ever called in? No, the
Hey,
texter.
Kay Adams?
No, the texter.
Oh, the
has
self-made stay-at-home Ladue Mountain.
She's not a he.
Hey Kay Adams was on the show regularly, and she used to scold Doug over his pick of Brian Hartline.
And then he had a huge game. I was
whole
really
year.
upset.
Browns quarterback?
Dolphins wide receiver.
Wide receiver.
I think he's a coach at Ohio State now, right? He's an assistant?
I don't know what he does now. I'm too upset by what happened on that particular season.
All right, so that's the Radio Wars with the Riz Show. This is going to be tough, but you know, I guess if they come for Jackson, then we all have to defend Jackson.
Thanks, fellas.
And we will attack them and issue a response. And I think the response has to be proportionate. That's the right way to do it, don't you?
Yeah, why don't you go first? Well, that's not much of a response. Okay, we'll just get through it. Well, in our own separate ways, we'll get through it.
Then the fast lane came for me and came for the Dodo. What do we have here, Jackson? I haven't heard either ones of these pieces of audio.
This one's a little longer. Anthony is doing.
That's my co-host on the Spread Zone.
Indeed, he is.
My co-host on the Spread Zone, Doug. I mean, this cuts deep, Jack.
I know.
This cuts deep.
They're reading. Anthony is reading a promo for the Dotem, and then there's some discussion on why they weren't invited to the Dotem. So take a listen.
Find all the Dotem info now at 101ESPN.com. We're a foursome. I'm sure that we're already just entered into this, right?
What time does it start?
Probably 2 o'clock on a Thursday.
Yeah, no, probably not. Probably not in it.
You know what? We're not going now. Okay?
We're not invited anyways.
It doesn't matter. We're not going.
Yeah.
All right, Tim?
Tim never even talk to us about it.
No.
Not once.
Didn't even think about talking to us about it.
No.
Why don't the TMA guys like us?
I don't really understand that either. You think they don't like us?
Oh, at all. Jackson likes us, and we're
Jackson's
cool.
nice.
We're cool
He
with
comes by
Jackson.
and hangs out in the office. The other guys might as well not even know them.
I don't think Doug Vaughn knows who I am.
I think he does that on purpose, though.
Yeah. Yeah, so he doesn't have to talk to
No,
him.
he's big timing you. He's been in the industry for so long.
Oh, yeah.
Him and Marty.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Jamie did criticize Tim's jacket today, though.
Well, he looked like a game show host. Okay? Come on. I felt like I could spin the wheel and make money around Tim today.
Yeah.
Not bad. I mean, look good on him, though. I'm sure. Look, Gap Kids has a very small selection of blazers.
Not a height.
And so Tim was lucky and found one that's perfect for him.
That's wow. We all got nicked, gentlemen.
We all got nicked, gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
So now that's coming from inside the studio. It's one thing when it's down the hall.
Right.
Now it's inside the studio, Martin. It's drive time on drive time crime.
Unfortunately, I heard about it, so I called Stalter, who seems like a nice guy. I don't know if we've ever met. Actually, that's a running joke. We've met plenty of times. And I said, boy, I really wish you would have stood up for Tim. He said, oh, I did. So then I went back and listened to the audio, and he did. He went, wow. He defended you, Tim.
By saying wow.
Yes. Boy, Jamie Rivers coming after Tim.
Not exactly a Clarence Darrow type defense.
That's a nice reference. So, Martin, we've got Radio Wars on two fronts. Mm-hmm. Two of the most popular
I'm going after
programs.
The Arch. That's it.
You want to go after?
Yep.
I mean, yeah, if Courtney turned on us.
Oh, God.
I love Courtney.
Seriously.
That's my golf partner.
Apparently, it's 7:01 that today they have a poll question up at the Arch, and it said, what's worse, Tim's Dotem or Jackson's name?
No!
That is the poll question at the Arch.
Tim Convey wouldn't do that to us, Martin. He's in a hoke.
Okay. And he has guests that are often looking for you on.
You got to witness that yesterday.
I did think it was the most awkward thing. She's like, hey, Tim, great to finally meet you. And Tim's like, sure. She's like, yeah, I'm here for the segment. And Tim's like, chicken, feet, what? What do you got?
Tim Convey is super funny because he rolls in right at game time's on time. Tim Convey, and me and him have a running joke about it because I see him where I sit to do pre-production, and every morning right around 6:04 he looks like prime Vince Coleman running through the hallways to get to the Arch Studios. And he told me, he goes, it's really counterproductive because by the time I get up there it takes me about a minute to catch my breath. In the end it comes out.
He's breathing heavily into the microphone.
I mean, his shoulder is touching the ground when he turns the corner of that hallway to get to the Arch Studios.
I learned that long ago. You never run to get in front of a camera or a live mic. Never do it.
Dave Murray told me that. I ran into the studio one time. He said, don't run. I'm like, why? Because I'm a fat guy. I'm going to fall. He's like, don't run. You'll never get your breath back. Yeah. I'm like, what are you talking about? Cardinals, Pirates.
Yeah,
roll
that's
the
what
tape.
it sounds like. I worked with a guy in Rochester, Minnesota, who was about 50 pounds overweight, and he was the main anchor working by himself on a Saturday. And he got behind, had to run down the stairs and down the hallway to get to this set, and anchor the whole show, all by himself. As soon as he got there, completely out of breath, he's going, good evening. And this went on for about 15 minutes. People thought he was dying of a heart attack. The police had been called and everything. It was just horrible. You just couldn't hardly watch.
About 300 fans showed up here at the Spreckles Theater tonight. They had plenty to say. Now, the Spreckles, you may know, is named after a sugar magnate, but there was nothing sweet about how this forum started.
There you go, Martin. There's the industry.
Proud of my resume.
I'm just glad to hear that Doug's story is 40 years ago, and the guy was working by himself on the weekends. Maybe we should have seen it coming.
Yep.
News guy all by himself.
Jim Mullins did that.
You are welcome to text in, to call in. Air
Whose
Comfort
side
Service
are you
text line.
on?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. This is not something that we were prepared for. We didn't ask for it. But now we have it with the Riz Show and the Fast Lane, and it's going to be tough. And like I said, if I find out about the Courtney Show and Courtney Landrum going after the program, I don't know how I would. It'd be et tu, Brute.
Yeah, it'd be
wasn't Courtney the one who walked into the bathroom after the plowboy nuked it? That's from Nutsack Jim.
Casey.
That was Casey from WIL. That's another unfortunate incident right when we got here, Martin. Plowboy had used the restroom. There is a I guess unisex bathroom that is for on-air talent down the hallway who might have to go really quickly, get in and out. And the Plowboy, there's kind of a code about that restroom that it's used for one thing and not another.
Number one, not number two.
And the Plowboy, he was hitting it hard, and Casey was waiting outside to get in. She's on the air at the time at WIL. Plowboy opened the door, bumped into her, and unfortunately, Doug, it was a situation inside the restroom that was lingering.
He done her wrong.
I got a little surprised.
That's one way to end a radio war.
Yeah. I mean, that's how you take care of it.
Well, that's the thing is like that bathroom, once you open the door, you are on the Broadway lights hit you, and there is no one to blame anything on. Like,
That bathroom also has like a Matt Lauer lock or something. It said the first time I went in there, it
Is that
said
what they call that now when you go to a locksmith?
It says
Can you
like,
install a Matt Lauer lock?
I just want to use the bathroom, and it's and I'm reading like the code. It's like, don't turn it left or right. Make sure you push it forward. If you get locked in, security won't answer. And I'm like, what? Wait, I just want to go to the bathroom. Does it not have a paragraph long explanation?
It is a confusing lock, but I've never thought of it as a Matt Lauer lock.
Problem is, I was
That's
locking.
really funny.
Instead of locking, you lock yourself in is the difference. He locked in the interns, I believe. Allegedly.
God, there's a guy who threw away his career. He was making like $29 million a year.
Getting buck naked and fighting all of Hubbard today. And Tim we trust. That's from Tim's Toothless Bottom Boy. Tariffs for the Plowboy. That's from Doug's Tariffs. Let's see. My wife's maiden name was Jackson, so we use that as my son's first name. That is from the Dover Soul. So, Jackson, you have some support there?
I've heard of people doing that. The mother's maiden name is the child's first name. I think it's pretty cool. I think it's a nice paying homage.
Nice paying homage. Doug, is that a sentence?
A nice
way to pay
example of paying homage. Yeah.
Depending on the last name, you could have a last name be kind of awkward.
What was your mom's maiden name, Doug?
Henshaw.
Oh, that'd be good.
I kind of like that. That's like old money.
Like a butler.
Yeah, that is old money.
That's old
Henshaw,
money.
Duke Henshaw. My mom's is Gilmore. That's not bad.
Yeah, Gil.
I would love it if Tim pretended to be Matt Lauer and locked me in the office with him. That's from Jackson's lone wispy pube. You mess with the TMA show, and you mess with all of us. We're about to go Jeff County on some ass. That's from the Coral Quartz Cowboy, Doug. The audience is riled up about these two fronts of radio wars that we are dealing with right now.
What would they do to you to go Jeff County on
Chairman
ass?
Kurt,
There you go, KG in Oaktown.
It would probably involve a broken beer bottle.
Yeah.
Ooh, Bill.
Maybe some methamphetamine.
Wow. That's part of the punishment? Is they force you to do meth?
No, we do it before we bust the beer bottle.
Do it. They get your teeth. We're going to ruin their teeth through chemistry.
We used my grandma's maiden name for middle name Cooper. That's from the 573.
Okay.
That's nice. I like this.
All right.
People are sharing their stories.
Okay, that's
and
fine.
they're going to defend us in these radio wars. So, Doug, a lot of wonderful things are happening on the presentation. James Carlton is a longtime sponsor of this presentation. He has been incredibly accommodating and proactive in saving our listeners money. Great customer service. And if your insurance has gone up in the last year, give James a chance to save you money. If you have kids under 25 on your insurance policy, this is where James saves people the most money. Go online at carltoninsurance.net or call 314-961-4800. That's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. He's my insurance agent. He has been for 6 years, and I recommend him wholeheartedly to the audience. You'll see 423 five-star reviews for James and his staff online when you Google him. It's James Carlton in Webster Groves, 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. Founded in downtown St. Louis way back when in 1890, same street the company is headquartered on today. Proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years now. They also partner with the St. Louis Cardinals and the Blues and now the Stifel Charity Classic. And they sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support the city, the people, and its future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services, and as a full-service investment bank, basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. As one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world, their tagline is where success meets success, so it's no wonder why they partner with a great winning program like this one here. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Doug, does this get you fired up?
It does, yeah. I don't know what I'm fired up for, but I'm certainly fired up.
Cardinals and Phillies tonight.
Oh, that's right.
Sonny Gray will make your day.
Yeah, he's been very good, too, here lately.
It's TMA 101 ESPN, Fisher Window and Door Store, sponsor of the 8 o'clock hour. We welcome you to participate in the program. Text in, Air Comfort Service text in box 314-399-9646, and you're welcome to call in. Collier and Thompson, sponsor of our phone lines, 314-974-0101. Doug wants to load them up on those phone lines. Jackson, they're starting to pay attention nationally to the Cardinals. I saw Ken Rosenthal talking about them on Fair Territory yesterday, and John Boy talking about them as well. What do we have here?
So this is the Talkin' Baseball podcast, a part of John Boy Media, not John Boy himself.
Seems like we never have John Boy.
What's he doing?
A lot of breakdowns. He did a great breakdown of Mike Schilt's most recent ejection. That was really, really good. Fernando Tatis. But this is the Talkin' Baseball podcast, taking note of the Cardinals.
All right, hit the lever, please.
Okay, I will.
The National League's twins, a.k.a. the St. Louis Cardinals, they sweep the Nationals, which makes them our best Western road warriors. How's Eric Fetty? They have their own 8-game win streak. Eric Fetty, his first career complete game shutout. Andre Palante went shutout into the 8th inning. These Cardinals have not lost since May 2nd. They are blowing out their opponents 44-16 over that stretch, and 1 game behind the first place Cubs. Go Cardinals, go.
I like the way he said, how's Eric Fetty? Reminded me when Trump said, how's Joe Paterno? And the fan fell out of the balcony.
Martin, I don't know if you've ever heard that audio.
Hold on. Trump, Paterno, fan fell out of the balcony.
He was giving a speech in Pennsylvania. I think this is before the 2020 election, or maybe 2016. And so he was trying to localize it by talking about things in Pennsylvania. He said, how's Joe? Right after Paterno had been forced to quit because of the
I think he was dead.
Sexual assault.
He had passed on, which also made the observation.
Did you read the free report?
I know a lot about Pennsylvania, and it's great. How's Joe Paterno? We going to bring that back? Right?
See, you can hear people literally throwing themselves
how about that
on the
whole
balcony.
How about that whole deal?
How about that whole deal?
How's Eric Fetty?
How about that whole deal? Do we have the Trump clip? I think he was at Stiefel, Kiel Center, whatever, when he said, how about those football teams, huh? Pretty good. Rams were halfway to L.A. Mizzou was not soaring at the time. Jackson says he's got it. Jackson's got it.
Missouri. Good football teams. Those college teams are good, huh? What are you going to do this year? I think pretty good stuff, huh?
Was that
well, we're going to have a team protest, a hunger strike, and then Pink will eventually leave.
I think it was a Dave Steckel, winless Missouri State team, too.
Great audio, Jackson. Instead of listening to Tim and team break down the Cardinals, I get to listen to a random social media blogger recap the Cardinal road trip. Great stuff. That's from Mr. Licks, and he's mad at you for the audio from the John Boy Network.
Oh, it's fine. Good thing I don't work for him.
Did they call the Cardinals the twins of the National League?
What's that supposed to mean?
Jeez.
What is that supposed to mean?
Can I hear the audio at the beginning, Jackson, just to irritate Licks?
Sure. One moment. Yep, I got it right here. Nope, I don't. Now I do.
The National League's twins, a.k.a. the St. Louis Cardinals.
Where were the National League's
What's that supposed to mean?
I don't know.
His voice, high-pitched-ish, reminded me of the guy who said, I'll take some calls, but first, I got to get something off.
Yeah, that was the Winnipeg guy all worked up.
Maybe he means the winning streak, because the Twins have won 8 in a row, too.
I think that's what he's referring to, Doug.
Thank you.
I got to get this rant off my chest here, then we'll get to some calls.
Okay. Let's do that first.
That's when you mean business. Steven Time has a poll. Here's a poll. Does Jackson play enough drops? Play some drops, you peach basket loving strappy taker.
Oh,
it's from Steven Time and Martin. He's on your Mount Rushmore, I think.
Siders is way up there.
Anybody's brother Master.
Yeah.
Kwame Voyukas the fourth.
Kwame, yes. Doesn't like any guest.
Oh, is that right?
Doesn't like any. Michael Jordan's online too. Oh, great, Martin. Terrible.
Michael Jordan getting in the booth. The hell's that about?
Really interesting, I would say. Out of character, certainly.
Is that later in the show in cast talk, broadcast, but you just do -cast?
I think that was in #ThisLeague.
This league. Oh, it's in this league, Tim.
Yeah.
This league in the Stiefel dossier, Doug, is where you'll find it.
Okay.
Yeah, #ThisLeague. But yeah, he's going to be jumping on NBC, special correspondent.
I'm surprised by that.
Certainly, I am as well.
Okay.
I would think NBC, because they're just now getting the NBA rights back after a long hiatus, maybe want it to be really splashy.
Yeah.
Like when TNT got 99.
Right. And so, how much money can you offer a guy who has like $1 billion to do something? It's certainly going to be And when it says special correspondent, we have no idea how much he's going to be doing. But anything, I think, will be welcomed.
I think you look at the Gretzky role on TNT. It's just star power.
Yeah, right.
He's just on the set. Is he there every time? No. But when he is, you're like, oh, Gretz is there.
How about last night? Did you see last night? Anybody? Nurse? Jackson, you did?
Big Rig?
What the hell were you doing? Were you on the wrong channel?
I keep my ear to the streets. I love the Big Rig.
This guy keeps his ear to the streets.
TNT is a pretty strong.
Lucky Luciano over here. Look at this guy.
But Tim, TNT's a pretty big NBA channel. He might have been there on accident.
Well, the Knicks and Celtics were on ESPN.
Okay,
I knew where I was. I saw the Big Rig. This was announced like 2 or 3 weeks ago that he would be hopping on?
I feel like it was about 2 weeks ago, maybe a week ago. They timed out with right when the Blues were, the unfortunate situation with 1.6 seconds. So I guess 9 days ago. Hell, I don't know. Either way, I was watching it last night. Hurricanes in control of that series. One of the more unique goals as the Capitals player had his stick stuck in the boards. And that led to what was the game clinching. I mean, they were already up, a game clinching goal. But anyway, you got Biz and Patty Maroon at the end of the dais together, and they were going back and forth to the point that they put up some penalty box glass in between them, Doug. It was good entertainment. Maroon was great, not a surprise. Here is a little Patty Maroon last night on NHL on TNT.
Is the Big Rig himself, Pat Maroon.
Thanks for having me, boys.
You got it. Retired, and we got you working already.
A couple highlight reels on there, too, eh?
Oh, listen, we're bringing it. That's just the beginning. We got plenty more surprises to come later on. Just ask Hank. We pull out all the greatest hits.
Yeah, they keep coming.
Yeah.
When you least expect it. Not always that you want them, but they're out there.
My favorite sign was the Pat trick. 3 cups. Ooh,
yeah.
I think he needs some clicks for that, too. 3 cups. For sure. Yeah. Not bad. No doubt.
I like that you're already part of the crew because, like everyone else here, you try to get a hold of Biz, and he just ghosts you. You text him, you call him, nothing. No response? That happened today?
He's like getting hold of the president. You never know.
I was in the fart sack. I was sleeping. I was trying to get some sleep before the broadcast.
Are you sure that's what you're doing?
We blew the budget because we had to get the hair gel for him. So we're not getting paid this month, boys. We're working pro bono.
When you look this good, you got to do it,
Oh, yeah.
Oh, listen, man, it's awesome to have you here. We're excited. We got a great night of hockey.
Kind of faded out big time.
You didn't care for anything that Liam McHugh had to say. You were done. Hey, Liam, keep it to yourself. We're here to watch the Big Rig.
So it's going to be a hard. I said I wasn't going to respond to this, but I have to.
Well, no, to the audience, but I think
to Doug. There was a harsh edit, so a fade out is a good way to combat a harsh edit.
Fade out.
Do you think I'm cutting from the raw video that they put out? No, I put whatever tweet they put out. I'm at the mercy of that.
So they had a hard out, and you avoided it for the audience.
Because no one cares but Doug.
Sometimes a way to avoid the hard out is a net sound pop, or maybe a little sounder at the end to show that it's done.
Like that hard
Bring it
copy?
up with TNT. I don't run that.
Fade out. It sounds like, wait a minute, what's he saying? I'm missing it all.
So you want me to go find some random hockey puck slap?
Tim was
that'd be better.
a current affair hard copy who had that.
Mario Boyle.
There's a sounder you could get. And
So you want me to start using more sounders?
Just hard copy, current affair.
Right. Jeez, you want me to slide whistle?
Did Maroon just say A? He's from Oakville, not Manitoba. That's from The Big Show, and he's not happy with Patty Maroon, the hometown hero.
Guys do develop a slight Canadian accent if they play in the league, right? If they're American. I feel like that's a common theme.
I don't know. They play most of the time in the United States.
I know, but I feel like I've heard guys who are American who played hockey who had a little bit of a Canadian dialect.
I guess. Well, a lot of them from Minnesota and Wisconsin and up there. So.
Terrible clip, Jackson. That's from the Hunchback of One Kid. I disagree.
What do they want?
I disagree.
Don't get down. We just like a sounder at the end of those bites that otherwise would be faded out.
Email in on Jackson's editing the morning after. STL.com.
There's never ever a conversation about the clip itself. It's always about the editing at the end, which makes me think, what's even the point?
The morning after.
You think that at about 11:01 every day?
.com. What is the point of all of this? Yeah. Martin Design Air, you're a client, and they're the sponsor of the email of the day.
About to warm up out there. It's almost summertime, and that means the air conditioner is going to be running nonstop. Best thing to do, get a tune-up. Do it right now. Set up an appointment online at designairservice.com. And when you do that, you know you're getting the very best. And a company that's going to be here 5 years, 10 years, 20 years from now, they've been around since the 1900s. We're talking about a family-owned business, still run by the family. Seth Goldcamp, fourth generation, and these technicians, not only handsome, Doug likes to point out they're handsome, but they're also very skilled at the repair work. They're not there to sell you. It's stressful when the HVAC acts up. You want to make sure there's a repair team that comes in and gets the job done. That's what they do at Design Air. Keep those stories coming to us. We love hearing from folks who have had an experience with Design Air. Let us know. Text in. Say they were out at the house, tuning up the air conditioner, whatever it is, year-round for all your heating and cooling needs. There's only one place to go, and that is designairservice.com.
There it is. Sponsor the email today. Email in to compete the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air heating and cooling email of the day. And you are welcome to participate by calling in to 314-974-0101. And then you've got the YouTube chat, which is presented to you by Michelob Ultra. And they're active in there. 270 friends have gathered to talk it over, including Big Blonde Dan, Walrus King, Chris Mack, Tiny Peepee, and Doggy season ticket holder. I agree with Libby Jack. They tend to start sounding more Canadian.
I agree.
Doggy season
so.
ticket holder. There you go.
How about, is Steven Time anti-Jackson at times? Jackson, I like the clip. Don't listen to the olds.
How about that?
There you go.
There you go.
I wasn't really in doubt of the quality of the clip. It's Pat Maroon on the NHL panel. It's pretty much gold.
This is the same texter who earlier said, play some drops, you peach basket-loving strappy taker. That's the same guy then texted in that I enjoyed the clip. Don't listen to the old. So
if anything, I think it gives Steven Time credibility that he's just calling it. That's exactly right. Patty Maroon was great last night, but I'm not surprised that he was good. He's one of those guys, although so many hockey guys are, he's one of those guys that you knew that as soon as he was done playing, and I thought it would be TNT too, based on kind of the vibe they have, that he would immediately slide into the anchor desk and kill it. And so you got him and you got Biz. You got a good slap and tickle going on there at the end of that anchor desk.
Why do you suppose Michael Jordan, who hasn't done a whole lot of TV in the past other than that one little mini-series about himself, why do you think he's going now to the network?
Jackson?
Like I said, I think NBC is trying their hardest to make a splashy move like that.
I don't doubt that, but
what's his interest?
I'm sure he's been asked 100 times before.
I know. It's confused. I'm not totally positive why. I mean, he's gotten out of ownership of the now Charlotte Hornets, so he's pretty much...
Maybe he couldn't do it while he was owner.
Yeah, that could be the case. He's pretty invested in NASCAR and playing 36 holes a day, and I think he can still do that with showing up on NBC maybe once a week, maybe not even that much.
Just ego. I mean, I think you want to be the guy.
Sure. I'd be curious. I'm curious to see how good he is, you know?
You can imagine the treatment he gets just from the public wherever he goes.
For sure.
How about the fact that he and Barkley are sideways? And I don't think they've ever resolved that.
No, I thought they were okay now. They were on Oprah at one point.
I don't know. I thought
that
Barkley
was a long time ago.
It was certainly a long time ago. I didn't know if that was, but I thought they were sideways from their playing days.
I have to tell you here, I think it's dangerous to go against you on the association, but I'm with Martin on this.
Well,
I think they're sideways.
Before my time.
They've never buried the hatchet, as it were.
All right. I thought, the Oprah stuff was after their playing days, and I thought that their beef was sprouted from
Barkley
playing days.
said that Jordan never forgave him for being critical of his ability to run a franchise.
Okay.
I'm surprised you didn't know this. God, this is an odd thing for me.
I don't know. I knew that they were sideways. Barkley was sideways with everybody in his playing days, Shaq included.
Yeah, but this is as a broadcaster who's critical of Jordan with the Bobcats, and then his influence on some of the picks, and then running a franchise. My handicapping on him. Listen, if he were going to be on the NBA on NBC, it'd be great. One of the things I've noticed over the last handful of years is that social media really encourages, quote, the announcement. People love announcements, but then it's important to actually have execution of said announcement. And I wonder how many times you're actually going to see Michael Jordan on the NBA on NBC. Gretzky's been, he's been present for TNT. I mean, certainly not all of the time, but I'd be surprised if Jordan is on a whole lot. But hell, not like I
Gretzky
know.
makes a lot of commercials, too. He's on a lot of hockey-based commercials.
Yeah, he was down at the Panthers game the other night with his daughter.
He gets around, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, he enjoys taking in the playoffs, and he was down there. But Maroon was great, and that was fun to see. I had a feeling he would be, but it was executed as such. And, it ties back into the unfortunate radio wars that this show now is fighting on two fronts. We didn't start them, Doug. We were invaded.
Right.
We just were kind of going about our business. Compared to Vatican City is what this show has been. Sure, we exist inside of Rome and we exist inside of Italy, but we're a sovereign nation of our own. And when we were attacked and we weren't expecting it, and my son was a big fan of Pat Maroon's, and got a chance to meet him. And when Pat met my son, he immediately attacked my height and said, I hope you grow to be much taller than your dad. That's going to be tough.
God. So he is kind of in that Rivers camp.
There's kind of an ex-Blues thing going on here, along with about 90% of the people who text into the show. And what I describe it, and my therapist has described it to me when we talk about it every week, as really unfortunate. Is really unfortunate.
Yeah. And made any progress with the leg extensions in China?
Yeah, we're supposed to do that right around Thanksgiving, that I'm going to get that surgery. And they're going to give me 5-inch steel plates in, is it my femurs? Is that where they're going to put
You're
them?
going to look rather high-waisted.
And I'm going to be 5'9" after that surgery. So that's going to be fun. Might impact my takeaway with my swing, but I think to be able to walk into Bricktops and kind of announce my presence by being 5'9", it's divorcee season in Frontenac.
Yeah, well, wobble into Bricktops.
Weebles wobble, but they don't fall down, Doug, do they?
There's not a marriage in Frontenac that's safe.
It'll be a little awkward for the family at Thanksgiving. Where's Daddy? He's getting the lifts done.
He's over in China.
Chuck Barkley in 2023 on 60 Minutes was talking about the feud, and they said, could it ever be mended? And Barkley said, he got my number.
Okay.
So that's where it stands.
Guys, this is the national equivalent of announcing Yachty joining the staff in St. Louis. Then all that happens is he actually separates himself from the situation even further. That's from the convex piece of Tim's skull.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be curious on... Because I guess they're launching a Sunday night basketball presentation that they're thinking he's going to
Is he going to be doing it from his palace in Jupetown? I just don't see him going, let me fly up to New York right quick to give a take.
Yeah, but Shaq and Barkley, they all fly down to Atlanta all the time to do that show.
I thought Shaquille lived in Atlanta. I realize he probably is diversified his real estate.
I think he primarily lives in Fort Lauderdale. He announced that he recently moved from Orlando.
Like it's another announcement.
He announced and then Chuck.
No, I missed that announcement. Shaq moved, Doug, from Orlando to Fort Lauderdale.
Chuck probably lives in Arizona. And Kenny, I think, up in New York.
Pat Maroon deserves another statue for that shot at Tim in front of his son. That's all world smack talk, Doug. That's from the Warson Woods wacko.
Stop it, Warson Woods.
All world smack talk.
I'd like to see a Venn diagram of Bricktop patrons and guys who have a yacht at the Lake of the Ozarks. That's from Arbor Day, who's won Texter of the Year 2023.
Really? Is that a common trait?
2024. I don't know. But if Arbor Day says it, I'm on board.
I never know what constitutes a yacht. Because you can see like a smaller boat that would, like if it has a bedroom, is it then a yacht? I don't know how it works.
I don't know how big a boat has to be a yacht.
Right.
I think it's one of those you know it when you see it things.
Sure.
Have we ever talked about boat guy? Guy who's got a boat at the lake? This is loosely
I'm
based.
just telling you, tread lightly.
Well,
here.
I'm just saying this is
tread lightly. It's going to get a little rough for you in the text inbox
I'm just
in the
saying
next
this
couple
is
moments.
loose. There's nothing wrong with it. This is loosely based, and by that I mean exactly based on McGraw-Millhaven, who one year I was working at 550. He got a boat at the lake, but he would come into the studio like during our break and like, "What's going on, guys? How we doing? How's the show?" And on his index finger, he'd be spinning a little, you know, had a little floaty on there with a key connected to it. And I said, "What's that?" "Oh, this? Yeah, it's for my boat." "I'll go, you have a boat." And he was just spinning that thing around. "Yeah, I got it down at the
Like
lake."
he had sailed it into the station.
Yes, but just kind of wanted you to, it's a couple hours away, but Doug, boat guy, likes to let you know, yeah, we just put the boat out this weekend. "Oh, okay. I think we'll probably work on the boat a little bit this week. But then we'll take the kids out on the boat."
I've heard people say the best day of their lives when they get a boat, and the second best day is when they get rid of the boat.
You don't need a boat. You need a friend who has a boat.
Yeah, or you can rent boats.
Or you can rent a boat.
Yeah.
My attorney reels trophies out of brick tops all the time. He says it's as easy as doing a radio show. Doug, that's from the worst one as well. I mean, so many people took shots in that one text.
I'm for it.
How does the trust fund baby not know what a yacht is? That's from the 636.
Don't tell you. We're not necessarily a nautical family.
Yeah,
My dad gets
I
seasick.
think we'll put the boat in the water this weekend. Yeah, we got to go down and work on the boat a little bit.
It just seems like a lot of work. When I go down there, I'd love to have one.
Sure.
It should be fun. It just seems like a lot of work.
For sure.
My father-in-law has a boat. He only lets me on it if I tickle his bikini zone first.
Oh.
Worth it for those Merrimack River views, though. That's from Shrimply Pibbles, who I see the most recent text is a picture of him and his wife with the pineapples in their drink, and I feel like they're trying to say something to us, Doug.
Swingers.
That's what I feel like it.
You don't ever tickle your father-in-law's bikini area, do you?
Flip that off. You'll hear that Friday at about 8:45, Martin. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. This program is called The Morning After, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. 2003, Doug?
I don't know the years, Tim.
2005, is that right?
Yeah.
Huh.
I remember this might be the first video I ever watched on YouTube. Gwen Stefani's Hollaback Girl.
Was there a reason for it, or just coincidentally happened to?
It was like how I discovered what YouTube was. Because in 2005, YouTube, I mean, it was popular, but people didn't know about it like they know about it, obviously, now. But I really vividly remember listening to this song and seeing it on YouTube and never knowing what YouTube was before that.
Is this a theme, or is it you just wanted to go with some Gwen Stefani today?
Stadium anthems.
Stadium anthems, the theme.
What stadium is that an anthem for?
It's not like a...
It's a stretch.
Well, I'm not saying that it's like one stadium in particular, but I'm telling you, they play that at a live sporting event. People really enjoy it. Okay. I've been at a live sporting event where they've played that, and people get into it.
Huh. You got Cashmere and the Hopper over there.
Cashmere, yeah, I could see that.
Rams would come running out of the dome before they're going to lose. Jimmy Holder would say the doors.
Field's on fire.
Yeah. Field is on fire.
Doug, we got a baseball team here in St. Louis, and there's a little buzz in the gateway to the West, which is the gateway to the best.
Baseball team.
That's right. As the Cardinals have won 9 straight, they will try to make it 10 in a row with Sonny Gray tonight. Cardinals and Phillies, and the Cardinals last night get Mason Wynn with the home run to break the tie. The bullpen is able to hold on, and here is Ali Marmol explaining the moves because...
what was that, Pale?
Forgot to hit the pause button on
Are you still knee-deep in Hollaback Girl?
Forgot to kill the audio on that one, so sorry.
Anyway, he's talking about Leahy versus Romero and the reasons why he did it. That's what you're going to hear here, or you might hear more of Gwen Stefani. Take your pick.
Okay.
Yeah, Schwarber and Harper have been better left on left. That's just, they've been out of their minds this year, so I don't mind. Leahy's been one of our best guys taking through that lane and keeping the score with the righties at the bottom there. We knew that's probably our best chance to do it. We had Maton down, so creating a lefty lane there to be able to get out of it with JoJo was part of it, and everybody did their job, man. That was fun to watch. This was going to be his lane going into it. We felt pretty good about it. So I'm glad he was efficient enough to get back through that righty lane in order to hand it to JoJo in the lefty lane. But everybody did their job.
Doug, are you okay with that?
I was trying to Doug immediately to see the reaction to the edit.
Fine. It was fine. And so, therefore, Doug didn't comment.
Yeah, says nothing.
It was the anti-Washington where it wasn't my fault. He didn't do the job.
Ron Washington.
I was confused. They went lefty-lefty when the Phillies' big boys are all lefties.
Yeah. I'm all for keeping a pitcher in there who's rolling, whether it's left or right, whatever.
Leahy's been great.
Yeah. 9 in a row. Of course, the club record's 17 straight in 2021.
That's right.
So in order to top that, they still have to beat the Phillies twice, Kansas City 3 times, Detroit 3.
No, Doug's going to do some mess. What do we got? What do we got to do?
Well,
gotta win 8 in a row.
1, 2,
you got 5 left on the trip.
5, 6,
Sweep
7,
the Tigers.
8. They'd have to sweep the Phillies, Royals, and Tigers. And then
you'd be at 17.
Yeah.
It's a lot of series wins.
Now that doesn't matter. Series wins.
So if the Cardinals
wins,
Doug, if the Cardinals win tonight, it's 10 in a row. But more importantly, it's a series win.
No, it isn't. That's the least important thing.
Ollie, would you say it's more important to win the series than to win 10 in a row?
No,
I think he would agree.
He wouldn't.
Yeah,
he wouldn't. It's like saying, we had more hits than they did tonight. We had 8 hits and they only had 6. At least we won the hit battle. It means nothing.
Only 5 hits for the Redbirds last night.
Made the most of it.
Yeah, certainly.
3.
Ivan Herrera, I haven't seen a line drive home run to that part of the field in a long time. Hit the mucus out of that.
Oh my goodness!
You like that term?
I've never heard it before.
Line drive to almost dead center.
He's got
hit on the screws, man.
The mucus. My word.
I can't stand Mason Wynn's stupid haircut and his Vianney goatee. That's from Eric in the Central West End, who has found something that he does not like regarding this winning streak.
Surprise, surprise.
I thought this was a benevolent bunch.
I've heard Mason Wynn talk about that. He says the only facial hair he can grow is that thing on his chin.
What's your status? Are you trimming that thing, or what do you got going on?
Trimming best I can. It's just off. It's pretty,
You sound frustrated.
Well, I'm going to ask a question.
Yeah, I'll take them.
It'd be deemed pretty Hoosier if I dyed my mustache, right?
Yeah.
Dye it to what?
Yeah, just like a touch darker blonde.
No.
I say go for it.
But that's,
For the sake of the show.
I have to tell you, that should have been my reaction, Chairman Kern. I tip my cap to you. That should have been my reaction.
Like, that would be pretty Hoosier.
And Martin,
right?
it was in my inner monologue would have been what you said.
For the sake of the show.
You got to be careful, though. I've made that mistake and gone too dark, and then I didn't like the way it looked, so I shaved it off, and I had just stained the dickens out of my face.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of nervous about.
The mustache looks okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And I'm not saying it, mocking it. I'm just, I barely notice it.
Well, yeah,
because
I
it's
don't.
So
it's white.
light.
Yeah, it's like clear. I have clear
Weird
facial
with
hair.
your blonde hair if you had a really dark mustache.
I'm not saying really dark, just a touch darker so that you could kind of see it. Because right now it's like a phantom mustache.
No, it's not phantom. It's better
You can
than you
feel
think
it, but
is.
you can't see it.
Dark,
Yeah, it looks fine.
dye it jet black, and you'll look like some kind of creepy magician or card dealer.
Was it John Waters?
Yes.
Was that? Yeah,
Yeah, he's
fan.
got that going. I
Yeah.
feel like Marshall Mathers might have gone a little too aggressive.
Yeah.
I'm
Vince
not sure
McMahon's got
what's
something.
going on with the head coach of the Ohio State Buckeyes.
Yeah.
Martin, Missouri beat them, of course, in the Cotton Bowl.
He's one hot day away from being Giuliani'd.
He's one hot day away from being Giuliani'd.
Where the hair dye starts dripping down your face.
Oh, okay.
I thought he did a podcast where he actually
He was
said
adamant saying that he doesn't.
Yeah.
He and his wife came out and defended him and said he's never dyed it.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm impressed. That's incredibly. That's jet black hair.
It
I mean,
is.
that's like the like at Home Depot, you would buy jet black paint. It would look like Ryan Day's hair.
He's, I would gather, in his mid to late 40s. That'd be my
I was going to
guess.
say maybe early 50s.
Oh, he's younger.
I'm going under than that.
He's younger than you think.
As I said,
Doug,
comes
you want
out
to
of my
fire a
mouth.
bet?
I'm going to say 44.
I'll say 45.
46.
46.
Okay. I was actually going to say 46.
He
but
is
I thought
46, yeah.
46.
Jackery, what's your birthday?
March the 13th.
Oh, he's March 12th.
Oh, nice. Me and Ryan Day.
KG was groomed with Everclear by a high school teacher of his, like a dirty. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves.
What does that mean?
I joined the Pond Offs Anonymous podcast that came out yesterday, Doug, and I told the story of a high school teacher I had that when I graduated bought a friend and I a bottle of Everclear and a jar of cherries and told us to soak the cherries in Everclear over the summer and then have them at our freshman year of college. He's no longer in education.
He's in prison.
It's unrelated to the Everclear situation. Well, not directly related, but yeah, I told that story in the podcast. So I think recovering alcoholic is just passing that along.
Okay.
I was not groomed, however.
Sound like a lapse in judgment?
Yeah, and as someone who spent a little time in education, that was, I think Tim calls it bad idea genes.
Bad Idea Jeans. That was a wonderful Saturday Night Live skit with Kevin Nealon, Phil Hartman.
Okay.
I thought I'd only be in Haiti this one time, so why not?
That's got to be one of the worst ideas of all time.
I mean, Everclear standalone is a bad decision.
I didn't
if
even know
you
what
were
it
30,
was, but I see it's the
grain
strongest alcohol you can
it's
buy.
like grain alcohol.
Yeah, buying it for a 17-year-old makes it a worse.
Why would he do that?
He was on a regular techer. He was a cool teacher.
Oh, cool teacher. Then did he say, you guys want to go for a ride? Want to get in the van?
Yeah, how stupid do you have to be as a teacher to do that, to buy that alcohol for a student?
Now, granted, I do want to make this clear. I had graduated. I was still underage, but I was not a current student when he bought that. He
Okay.
at least had the couth to wait till I walked across the stage.
All right, that helps a little bit.
You know what goes good with that diploma, kiddo? Everclear.
Grain alcohol. My throat wouldn't even allow it to go down.
I'll clip that.
Yeah, that's what time is it?
Yeah. I've actually met Jackson once. He's just as cute in person. Met him at a Ledoux house party circa 2017. By the way, I bleached my guest entrance. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. I don't know. Jackson, you met her at a house party in 2017.
We didn't talk about our guest entrance, certainly. But I am cuter in person.
You think so? You're cuter in person?
Yeah,
on the
this
radio?
angle they have of me would be like the last one I pick.
Okay.
Like a dirty, play the drop. That's from the recovering alcoholic.
Oh, jeez, it's always your own guys.
I mean, he is a sponsor of the program. I mean,
And,
if he wants a
and,
drop, I feel like,
And
you know,
I can't-
like if Terry Crouppen comes in and says, I need a drop, you
Yeah,
can't
we
play
give him the drop.
all right, hold on. And make sure Gwen Stefani's not playing.
I like a little like hardcore.
You do, like a dirty.
That's the drop
Such
he
a good
demanded.
drop.
That's what he wanted.
Anyway,
Jackson, you instructed me to bet money on the Celtics when they were down 2-0 against the New York Knicks. I followed blindly. but I followed with a great deal of trust, Doug, because this guy not only knows the association, he's trying to groom the St. Louis area on the association. And last night, me and my betrothed are in bed, and nothing hotter than watching the Knicks and the Celtics. And so that's what we were doing. And holy crap, Jayson Tatum.
Who was balling.
He was balling at the mall, too.
He was balling.
That was brutal. Do we have the... here, take a
Mike
listen.
Breen's
Doug.
call of it.
Jaylen Brown backward, lost the ball. Anunoby all by himself throws it down. And Tatum is hurt. Tatum is down. He wants a timeout. Tatum in so much pain. And the Celtics call timeout, grabbing that right ankle.
And so he was carried off the court. He left Madison Square Garden in a wheelchair. You could tell he was emotional as he was leaving the building. And Jayson Tatum's situation is certainly in question, not for this year, but for next year, for this to happen at this point. Watching ESPN this morning before coming in to do the program, Stephen A. Smith, not in character, and Michael Wilbon were talking, and they thought it looked exactly like an Achilles.
Yeah, I mean, non-contact, and he planted and pushed off and then lost stability and went down. That's never good. Now, I did see some people say the pain he was in sometimes isn't reflective of an Achilles pop, but certainly nothing good, and not only done for this year probably, but yeah, next season's in question, and then recovery on the Achilles or any kind of ankle injury is brutal. Hate it for him, because the Celtics will not look like this next year, just salary cap wise. So, that chapter might have closed, but it sucks because he's prime of his career. I mean, he's 27 years old, he's 3 or 4 times in a row all NBA first team, and to go down like that really sucks.
You see some people go down like that, and then 8, 9 months later, you never knew anything happened. And then you see other like Torrey Krug, and they think his career's done.
Yeah. I mean,
you just never know.
Kobe has popped an Achilles before when he was in his career. Kevin Durant, famously in 2019, tore his Achilles in the finals. And it sucks. It sucks because it's a really hard injury to recover from.
He had 42 points at the time, like 8 assists, but watching him just kind of pound the floor, I mean, it was hard to watch, just
100%.
how much pain he was in.
Yeah.
And there was the breakaway bucket, and they noticed quickly, whoa, Tatum is down. You're talking about one of the top players on the planet right now.
Yep. Yeah, I hate it for him because he's really avoided a lot of major injury in his career up to this point.
I was thinking about that.
They all have nicks and bruises. It's a long season, but a sustained injury like that, that one's tough. Hate it for him.
I tore half an Achilles once.
Yeah, it sucks, doesn't it?
And then calcium starts to grow on the back of your heel, or it tries to reattach itself.
Ugh.
It looked like I had a golf ball on the back of my foot.
Really?
They have to pound that off with a hammer to get the calcium off.
Bill.
Well, I was asleep at the time. It didn't hurt. I didn't feel anything. And then they staple it back on the bone.
How was your recovery, bro?
Well, since I was only half, it wasn't bad.
Yeah.
It's right when we started the show, and I was on crutches there for a while. Remember that?
Yeah, 2007.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. Of course, I'm not a professional athlete, believe it or not. And it was half the Achilles and not the whole thing. So.
That's enough NBA talk!
Some big tuft.
Nonsense.
Yeah.
We're not listening to that talk today.
I think Jayson Tatum injured supersedes the NBA talk.
It doesn't. Basketball is okay to talk about.
Hold on a second. What?
Basketball is more than okay to talk about.
Doug?
Okay. Well, I think the Celtics are done, though. I don't think they have.
It's going to be tough. They're down 3-1 now.
Yeah, it's not
I have
enough.
a cash out option for a third of my wager that I can collect right now. And my counsel over here, he is known as Jackson Burkett, has advised that I take advantage of that cash out.
But now that I think about it, series going back to Boston, I could see them winning one more game and then that cash out raising up a decent amount.
Okay.
Because at this point, cashing out for that amount of money or just losing the bet altogether, I think you can wait out one more game.
You don't know how big my unit size is, bro.
It's true. It's true.
Celtics are 8-2 without Tatum.
Doug.
Yeah.
Hope is not.
Playoffs are a
completely
different
lost.
animal, though.
Yeah.
Playoffs are a
I
different
think
animal.
they're done.
Yeah, emotionally, it'd be hard to bounce back from losing your best player.
But I
like
could
that,
see
too.
them going back to Boston like a rally game, winning, and then it goes back to MSG for
then
game 6,
lose.
and then donezo.
Because the league and both teams would like more money and have another home game with 20,000 people paying $500 a ticket.
Well, that's not where my mind first goes. I think about the players and the hoop rock. But you do you. There's certainly a big conspiracy night in the NBA after the Mavericks nabbed the number one pick.
Imagine the Mavericks getting super.
They were likely to pick 11th. They finished first.
Right.
And this
1.6% chance, Martin, of having the first pick in the NBA lottery, fresh off the trade.
Yes, the same team that dealt Luka. Appears to be a little bit of fan upheaval.
Huge market.
Oh. You now have the first overall pick.
Yeah.
Enter Cooper Flag.
It would be really funny if Nico Harrison didn't pick Cooper Flag. It was like, no, I'm really bullish on somebody else.
If you can't talk about hoops for more than 5 minutes without freaking out, you definitely own at least one red dress shirt. That's from Arbor Day.
A red dress shirt. I don't have any of those. Not sure I've ever had one of those. Red dress shirt. Green is bad, too.
Especially if you're working weather.
Is the red dress shirt meaning like a Cardinal fan who actually has red for dressing up, or no?
I think wearing a dress shirt that's red, and if you're not wearing a coat, black, and is a little... You look like a waiter, honestly.
Yeah. Like you're ready to go to the lounge.
If you're not wearing a jacket with a black dress shirt and you're wearing a red dress shirt at any time, you look like a waiter or like a blackjack dealer.
Yeah. He got us off the NBA talk, though, didn't he?
We got groomed right there.
Arbor Day has advanced his text. If you can't talk about hoops for more than 5 minutes without freaking out, you definitely own at least one red dress shirt and say things like, I wish they'd just shut up and play. That's from Arbor Day, who has won Texter of the Year in 2023 and 2024. You're welcome to email in and see if you can win the email of the day the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. The morning after at InsideSTL.com that comes up on your Stiefel dossier at approximately 10:45. 100 West Dental is the sponsor of the Closest to the Pin competition at the Dotem, which is fast approaching. We are only, 2 days away from day one of the Dotem. It is taking place at Oak Valley Golf Course and Resort. Friday, sold out. Spots remain for Thursday, May 29th. It's all presented to you by Michelob Ultra. Get your foursome together for a full day on the course with TMA. Here's what it includes. Complimentary breakfast from Donut Drive-In, lunch from Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken, all your Michelob Ultra all day long, the 100 West Dental Closest to the Pin competition, a long drive competition courtesy of Pondoff's Anonymous Recovery Podcast, an after party with food from Texas Roadhouse, that's on Thursday, and Super Smokers Barbecue on Friday, and a portion of the proceeds will support the St. Louis Hero Network in honor of Brian McKenna. You can find all the information on the Dotem at 101ESPN.com, and if you would like to play on Thursday, you can sign up at 101ESPN.com. Friday is sold out. 35 foursomes gone. I'm playing with my father and my son on Thursday, and I guess Dan Jansen's going to caddy for me. He called in to say that he was going to caddy for me.
Okay.
He says he knows Oak Valley, and he wants to read my putts and carry my bag. So
really? You're going to let him do that?
It's going to be fun. I like to walk. You notice, you always say, man, you play better when you walk.
I've never said that.
So that's
you
what
wearing pant?
Yeah, because it shaves 2 strokes off your game. That's correct. That's exactly.
Got a caddy and pant.
I pretty much refuse to walk now for golf. I'm not much interested in playing if I can't get on the cart.
The Dotem 101 ESPN.com. 100 West Dental is 100westdental.com. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor, and he's got that Closest to the Pin competition. If you have not been to the dentist in a while, try 100 West Dental. Number one, you don't need dental insurance. They have a membership plan that will help the cost for you. Number two, you got to get your teeth checked on. It is an important thing, and even though dental and medical insurance are separate, dental health impacts overall health, so you cannot ignore it. 100westdental.com allows you to schedule right there without even making a phone call. It's 100 West Dental with all the latest dental technology. Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team on Manchester and Baldwin at 100westdental.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel.
Schnucks, not only your neighborhood grocery store, but also a pillar of the community. Did the diaper drive where people donated. Thanks to everybody who took part in that for St. Louis Crisis Nursery. It really is a communal thing when you're shopping at Schnucks. You're up there grabbing groceries, and maybe the kids are going along. At the pair location, you can hang out at the grill. They've got music playing. So it's more than just going to the grocery store. It's an experience, but mostly you want to save money, and they're working hard to do that. Over 2,300 items had been marked down at all the area Schnucks, including that Stoke coffee. That's a Jackson recommended Stoke coffee. 2,300 items, which means there's something on your list that'll be marked down. Also look for those digital tags on all the shelves to make sure you're saving the most money possible. Download the app, the rewards app. That way you also get the points back, money back when you shop at Schnucks. Groceries have become more expensive. They're doing their best to knock down prices. 2,300 different items, all marked down at your neighborhood. Friendly Schnucks. It's rewards every time you shop, saving you money at Schnucks.
Hey, this is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Look around the NHL. The Hurricanes defeat the Capitals last night 5-2. Carolina now has a 3-1 series lead. And the Oilers defeat VGK 3-0. Edmonton now leads that series 3-1. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back to the Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Mark Hanna, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. And look, Doug, Terry Crouppen is in studio with us from Brown and Crouppen.
I saw him sitting over there. Hello, Terry.
I slept here last night.
He's been here the whole night.
Yes, I like to be early for things.
Terry, you heard our conversation in the commercial break in which friend of the program, Matt Holliday, texted Martin and said, now this is the show that I'm used to. And then we tried to recall what we had just talked about 2 minutes ago, and we couldn't do it. And you said that is something that you have been experiencing, and you have a name for this experience?
Yes. I'm the seeker of lost conversations. It's it gets to be a problem, and it's very, it's annoying. When you're sitting with 4 or 5 people and nobody remembers the last thing anybody said.
Short-term memory issues.
And then we walk off to memory care, and we look at pictures of animals.
I think in our defense, there's so many random topics that are covered in an ADD delight that you couldn't possibly remember. And then I looked, and the text was actually from about 15 minutes ago, so now I have no chance to remember what the topic was. I'm sure it was great.
That's what we say. It's not us.
It's not us.
It's something else. It's okay to not remember who's the guy sitting across from me. I know him, but I can't remember.
The Cardinals' red ribbon panel to select their Hall of Fame ballot every year used to be Whitey Herzog and Red Schoendienst, and you'd be in the room, and the DeWitts are very much about the history. So they would always want to honor a veteran player from the 30s, 40s who didn't get recognized over the years. And they would bring up their stats. And none of us knew anything other than staring at the stats. But oftentimes Red Schoendienst could comment. Oh, he's a good ball player. He really could run from first to third. And this guy played 50, 60 years ago. And he would do this for almost every player. Kind of had a knuckleball left. And he was really specific. And then the meeting would end and Red said, now where did I park? And I'm like, every time. And I'm like, well, it's a different memory.
The brain is a funny thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
I grew up with a girl named Ginger Marion. Her dad was Marty Marion.
Oh, yeah.
And he was known in St. Louis as Mr. Shortstop. He's a very nice guy.
He was MVP one year.
Yeah, and
Slats, they called him.
I asked her why he's not in the Hall of Fame. You would have thought he was. And she said, Dad didn't care about that kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And he didn't sort of push it.
He didn't really campaign?
No. He was, he was just an old Southern gentleman.
He ran the Stadium Club for years, too.
Yeah, a great guy.
There's a picture.
Yeah. And a great shortstop.
It is crazy. I can remember people who sat next to me in first grade and don't know half the people that I work with and have for years.
You know who sat next to me?
Who?
Back then, it was, in the early 50s. And we always had one kid who was interested too much in Nazi Germany. And he would sit there and draw pictures of, tanks and airplanes with swastikas on them.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, and he was just, and I talked to friends of mine. Most schools had a Nazi guy. And he didn't really bother anybody. He just was very interested in Germany.
How old a kid?
He was our age. He was in grade school with us. And then in junior high, and then he disappeared. We never saw him again. I wonder...
well, maybe he went to the old country. Back to the old country.
Right.
Every school had a Nazi guy. I didn't know that.
No, they did. They did. Every school had a Nazi guy.
Huh. Was your dad in World War II?
No. My dad was a juvenile diabetic. So he was not eligible to go. And which really... My father-in-law had an early heart attack. He was not a healthy guy, and he didn't go. And I think the guys who didn't go really were out of it for the whole rest of their lives. You know, I think if you didn't go, I think you were out of this elite fraternity of other men, and I think it really held him back.
Is that right?
career.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
So by out of it, you mean like you weren't...
Who didn't go?
Yeah.
For whatever reason, if you were a 4F, for whatever reason, if you didn't go, I think it really hurt you.
People looked at you like you've got something wrong with you.
There was something about
else.
it. Now, I was a product of the Vietnam War. And back then, things were very different. Most of the people I knew did not serve. I was an Army reservist. I joined up and served, and am proud to say that I don't think we were any safer for my participation.
You weren't the key.
I was not.
But how did you make that decision? How did that come about? You were not enlisted. I mean, you chose to do it.
Well, that makes me sound a little better than I really am. Back then, it was, what am I going to do? I don't want to get drafted, and I don't want to go to Vietnam, because it was a very different time. Nobody thanked anybody for their service. The guys who went were generally nice guys. I had a very good friend, and we played football together at Ladue, and we went to Missouri together. And one day I saw him, he said, I'm quitting this. I just don't like school. And he said, I'm going to join the Marines. And I said, back then, I wasn't a bad person. Nobody was excited about going to Vietnam. And I said, boy, you probably could get back in school and avoid it. And he said, no, I want to go. And he apparently got shot like the first week he was there and killed.
God. Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very frightening time. And we were not the greatest generation, unfortunately. But it was different. There was no real popular support for the war.
Well, we hadn't been attacked like World War II.
Exactly. But it was, I went and served for 6 years. Never was promoted in 6 years.
What happened? What? Were you Gomer Pyle?
No, I was just not good material for the Army. I did everything they told me.
You didn't argue? As a good lawyer, I thought you might debate some of their instructions.
No, they always threatened to activate us and send us to Vietnam. So
That's a pretty good threat.
Most of the people I knew wore wigs, because back then, long hair was what everybody wanted, and we were stuck with these short haircuts in the 60s. It was just terrible. And so my brother-in-law, he would slick his head down with dippity-doo, and then he bought a wig and would wear the wig all weekend at the meetings.
Really?
Yeah. It was.
You didn't do that, though, did you?
No. I never liked being real greasy.
Clip that off.
Clip that off.
No, I don't like sunscreen. I just don't like being greasy.
Oh, yeah. That's okay.
How about your Cardinals? They're starting to soar. You're a big supporter of the Cardinals.
I am. 8 games or
9 now.
9 after last night,
Good
Terry.
Lord, you fall asleep early and you're out of it. Yes, 9 games. What do you guys think? Are we going anywhere this year?
Well, the thing that we observed when we were down at spring training, number one, it's a group of really likable guys, and number two, because they knew that nobody was really picking them, I think they had a little motivation that maybe most teams hadn't had, and so far it's come together. And to win 9 games in a row, right when the Blues season comes to an end, it's got people in St. Louis starting to pay attention.
Well, good for the Cardinals. Yeah, I mean, I worry about them. It seems like they're spending capital on bad teams and loyalty. And, if you keep losing, you're not special anymore. And that's sad because, boy, it used to be if you went any place in the world and saw a Cardinals hat, you thought, boy, this is a pal. And, everybody was very proud of the Cardinals. That was the only thing St. Louis, anybody ever heard of about St. Louis was the Cardinals.
Yeah.
So go Cards.
Yeah.
Well, they may get it back. I think to be a true contender, you got to have 3 good starting pitchers at least. And I think they've got that. With Gray and Fetty and now Livator. I think that's... And Palante has looked good. Michaels has looked pretty good. You got a good starting pitcher. You got a shot.
I used to go to Tower T, and I, at one point in the not too distant future, or past, could hit the 90-mile-an-hour fast.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Wow.
Not far, but I could
Did
make
you know
contact.
Nick, the guy who ran that place, Nick?
I think so.
Yeah, I pumped enough quarters in that Tower T place to own the place.
Did you capture it on video for your TV channel?
There wasn't any such thing at that
Oh,
point.
okay. Well, I didn't know how recent past
No,
it was.
it was about 15 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, there was video, but I never thought of bringing a camera because I thought I'd be able to do it forever.
Yeah.
And one day I couldn't. I can't juggle anymore either.
Can't juggle anymore.
I
Could
used
you
to-
juggle before?
Yes, I could do a 3-ball juggle, and I used to go to my kids' school and juggle for everybody. I was quite a showman at that point.
Circus performer.
And then I didn't do it for about 10 years, and I used to not do it for 2 or 3 years and then pick up oranges or something and be able to juggle. And then one day I picked it up, and no, it's gone.
Then what do you do now in your spare time to keep yourself amused?
I try to find people who are worse off than I am.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. So I make
welcome.
Yeah, I mean, this is like
So you can
this
feel
is
better
like,
about life.
This is like oxygen for me to be around you guys.
Wow. So we're fulfilling that need.
Yes,
to be around people who
I
have it
walk in
worse.
here and I say, "Oh my God!" And these guys are employed.
Barely.
I'm
not so bad.
Terry Crouppen coming in here on TMA. Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of this program, 314-222-2222. And, of course, you can go online at brownandcrouppen.com. What do you got going? I noticed the hat, and you were just pointing to the hat.
Yes, it's my latest invention.
Because it doesn't say Brown, it just says and Crouppen, but the hat is Brown.
Wow.
Yes.
Caught on.
It's an IQ test.
Password.
And not everybody passed.
Big day for CB, Mark.
Not that. I figured it all. Well, actually, when he pointed
way
to
to
it,
go.
I was like,
Yeah,
oh, that's what that is.
Yeah, no, I
He's
just
showing me pictures of animals soon at the home.
I noticed one of your newest commercials has just a dog running around.
That's my dog.
That's your dog.
That's my dog, Goldie.
Was that your idea, that commercial?
It might have been. No, she's just the sweetest little dog in the world. And, people like dogs.
Yeah, they do.
Actually, Terry Jackson doesn't over here.
You don't like dogs?
He doesn't have a microphone, so he can't comment, but he's not a big fan of dogs. And
Grab the grease board if you care to comment.
Yeah.
Oh, that's my phone. It's my dog.
Your dog is texting in. So there's a Ledoux alliance with Terry and Jackson, but now it's out because of the dog.
The dog situation.
Oh, you went to Ledoux? Oh, really?
Yeah, Horton Watkins
Well,
through.
A few years apart.
Did you like it?
Loved it.
Yeah, it was a nice place. It was. You know who I remember? I actually met Andy Russell. Remember Andy Russell?
Steelers linebacker.
Yeah, the
Was he
captain of the
still
Steelers.
Yeah.
Very nice guy. Wasn't that big, but,
Won
I
a
guess
bunch of
he got...
rings, yeah.
Yeah, no, he's a great guy.
No,
and no, you know what? Come over to my house.
Oh, you just got the invite.
No, I want you to meet a dog. Well, that's...
it's nothing to do with the Ledoux alliance.
Goldie,
he wants
I am
to
so
win you over
sorry.
with the dog.
Yeah, oh, no, if you don't like dogs, you'll love my dog. No, my dog's the best dog in the world.
He's going to win you over. You're not invited inside, but you're going to meet the dog.
outside.
I think I was inside your house once accidentally.
What
I went
the
to
hell?
We went to an estate sale.
At 2 a.m.
No, we went to an estate sale.
Oh, that's right.
And the guy running it says, "You know whose house this is?" I said, "No." He says, "Terry Crouppen."
Yeah.
You had the house with the giraffe.
I did.
Yeah,
I
outside
did.
on Geyer.
And now at our new office, we moved the giraffe.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's
right
there.
at the turn there, and then there's like an old church or something on the other side.
Exactly.
I always wanted to rent that out for like a party. I don't know where anybody would park, but
No. Well, they park in our driveway. That's
there you
what
go.
the
The
church
giraffe.
did.
I know right where that is.
Yeah.
It was a bear, and the bear fell over. And then I went out to a place called Hood's on
Oh yeah.
Hood's fine merchandise for. I'm trying to drum up a little something
a little
for
support.
myself here. And they had these big things. It's a life-size giraffe. It's great.
Well, I apologize for rooting through your house.
Yeah, how about that, Doug?
You had some
Burglary.
cool stuff.
Did you buy anything?
I don't think so. I wanted that big boar's head you had on the wall.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'd have given it to you.
Oh, doggone it. In Florida, we have a little place, and I got a longhorn steer head that I put up. Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, it's like 6 feet across. It's incredible. My wife didn't think so.
Yeah,
but
it's
it
hard to
was
get by the wife.
Terry Crouppen, Brown and Crouppen, the presenting sponsor of TMA, and there is the hat for those of you watching.
Anybody,
on YouTube.
these are available.
Okay, there you go.
And you figured it out.
Wow. Tip of the cap.
Pretty sharp.
No, we did not, Doug. That's on me and you. Terry, always great to see you. Thank you so much for coming in and talking it over.
My pleasure.
That's Terry Crouppen. We'll take a break. Come back with more TMA presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
I'm sorry.
Well, if you are thinking about buying a home, maybe you're thinking about a refinance, I have the person for you, and it is Stewie with Stewart's American Mortgage. If you're someone who is looking to purchase a home, maybe a refinance, or if you're looking to consolidate some of your ugly credit card debt, maybe you don't know exactly what direction to go to make any of these things work for you, I'll make it easy for you. You call Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage Corporation. He gives out his personal cell phone. That number is 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan. If it's a new home you're looking to purchase, he's going to get you to the closing table fast. How about this? 10 days, and he will get you the best interest rate possible. And he also has the Bagel Loan that can help you out as well. What is the Bagel Loan? Well, if you borrow $200,000 or more, there's no underwriting fees, no appraisal fees, no title fees, no lender fees, and no closing costs. Call him directly on his personal cell phone at 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan. Doug, Jackson's theme here on today's TMA, May 13th, 2025, stadium anthems.
Mm-hmm. This seems like a real Radio Wars kind of intro music, a little bed to play when you're.
Eye of the Tiger, was that Rocky 3, Clubber Lang, Doug?
I don't know which Rocky.
1983?
Oh, I certainly don't know the years, Tim.
Burgess Meredith passed away, unfortunately. And
recently?
I think it was last May.
I enjoyed him as the Penguin in Batman.
Yeah. Is Rocky 3 underrated?
The rankings of the 4 Rockies that are recognized by the board are as follows. 4 is, of course, number 1. Rocky 2 is number 2. Rocky 3 is number 3. And the first Rocky is number 1. I said that when I was working with Frank Cusimano one time, and I swore he went into cardiac arrest.
Well, he's like the biggest Rocky fan of all time,
Yes.
right? Yeah.
You're unhealthy.
I would think I would take Rocky 3 over 2. I really like Rocky 3.
3 over 2.
That's with the delightful Mr. T, who's going to join us coming up in the 10 o'clock hour.
Rocky 1 is like barely a boxing movie. It's like mostly a love story.
And about Past Pets, right? That was a store. Past Pets, Doug. You ever go to Past Pets?
Probably did. Yeah.
Tough conversations about
That's
those
where.
pets.
Yeah.
You got the turtle. and we've talked about this because people wrote in, they knew the names of the turtle.
They did?
On this show.
Butkus was his dog, right?
Have the dog, you gotta have a dog, and then she got turtles. There's a ranking that includes the Creed movies, so it gets very
Yeah, you
confusing.
can't count those. Rocky 5 never happened.
Supposedly he wrote the first one, had the script as a struggling actor, and insisted that he play the lead, and the studios kept saying, nah.
One of the greatest Bet on Yourself stories ever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Clubber Lang looks like a guy Jackson would like as a cellmate in prison. That's the worst of what's wacko.
No,
Is that
what the
what
hell
you're
does that
attra-
mean?
Is that what you're
No.
attracted to? It's fine if you are. We don't kink shame.
I like
Be a good defender.
I like a dangling earring. Lawrence Taylor also had he had LT, like Dion had a dangling earring. That seemed like it was in vogue. It was a cool look. But I don't want to go to prison. I wouldn't last long.
That's a fair
I'd be the
bet.
fish in Shawshank.
You know that Rick Hummel story about Mr. T? When Rick Hummel was covering...
Rick Hummel story about jail.
No, Rick Hummel was covering Leon Spinks. He was getting ready for a title fight, and the Post sent Rick Hummel. It was like upstate New York. Have you heard this story? And Rick Hummel shows up at the press conference for Leon Spinks, and this big bodyguard comes over and kicks him out and says, we're mad at the Post-Dispatch, something that had been said or written, and it was a mistake. It was the Globe Democrat. It was something about a picture of Leon leaving a nightclub, and they put it in the paper, and he was pissed off and got the paper wrong, but this big bouncer guy said, get out, and it was Mr. T before he was known, and he ushered the commish
That's awesome.
out of the press conference.
That's unbelievable.
Burgess Meredith died in 1997, dumbasses.
Oh. We knew it had been a while. That's not that long ago, 28
He
years.
looked like he was 99 in Rocky 1.
About grumpy old men. He passed away right there on the bench. It's a spoiler alert. I apologize again. Let's see. Boy, the Dewey Oxberger is furious, and I don't know if he's an investor with goodorbad.com, but he says goodorbad.com just lost all credibility, saying Rocky 3 is better than Rocky 2. Stunning. Clubber effing Lang. Wow. That's from Dewey Oxberger, and it sounds like he is out on goodorbad.com.
I like Mr. T as like I love Carl Weathers, but it's different. I don't know. Rocky 2. I love Rocky 2. I think Tim's.
Are you debating yourself?
Ranked. I think Tim's.
This is where Arlovsky's headed.
Yeah.
What was the original take, and where are we now?
I like Tim's ranking. I think the original Rocky being 4 is correct. I just would flip Rocky 2 and Rocky 3. Just for me personally.
My ranking, Martin, Rocky 4, number 1, Rocky 2, number 2, Rocky 3, number 3, and the original Rocky, number 4.
4.
I would
and
just
that's
flip
where
the
Frank.
two.
That's where Frank.
Are you freaking kidding me? Did those rankings matter, Frank?
Hold on.
I'm with Dewey. That's from The Big Show.
Rocky was supposed to be Chuck Wepner, right? It was written loosely after the real boxer, Chuck, the Bayonne Bleeder.
It matters. It matters.
It doesn't matter that much.
No, it matters. When you rank Rocky, especially at Frank's house for like the holidays, they sit around and talk about it. Alex, go. Burgess Meredith's best performance in a Stallone movie. Okay, get ready, Brooke. You're next because it matters.
When does Jackson head to Cape Cod for Amy's adult matrimony mixer? That's from Arbor Day.
I don't. Is that a reference to something? I am going to Cape Cod in end of June.
Look at you. You got your flight already?
Flying into Boston?
Yeah, flying into Boston.
Where will you stay, boy?
We have a house
in Cape Cod. Yeah, so sweet Kai and his family have rented a couple houses on the Cape. I'm staying there. So it's a small wedding.
Will you do some sailing?
No, again, not a nautical guy.
No.
Yeah, and I don't know the first thing about sailing. I feel like I get hit by the mast.
I would hope you wouldn't be conducting the sail, but maybe you could be a rider.
No, I don't want to. No, not a sail guy.
A sail guy.
That'd be fun. Summer in Cape Cod.
Yeah, it
me?
should be fine for you.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sad to miss the Plowhawk wedding. Very sad.
Sounds bad about that.
That's
really sad.
That's a situation.
Truly.
That's a situation. Doug's going to be performing.
I know. I'm
the ceremony.
Yeah, I mostly want to be there to support Plowhawk and his lovely betrothed.
Not enough to be there though.
Well, scheduling is a problem, and I'd really like to see Doug. Yeah, I mean, come on.
Like to see me? I sit here 4 hours every day.
I know, but I never get to see you officiate a wedding.
Well, no one ever has.
I know. This is the debut, and I'm missing it. And I'm sad.
I wouldn't.
Sad for many reasons.
Can you record Doug doing the vows? I want him to say, okay, well, I suppose you can get married.
I think Doug's going to be so good at it. I think he's going to be so good at it.
Arbor Day, go hug a tree, you lonely loser. Geez. That's from Sweet Kai, picking a fight with our two-time Texter of the Year, Arbor Day.
Yeah.
You're getting nasty.
Yeah, sometimes you leave the battles alone. No, Sweet Kai. It's going to be a really fun wedding. I'm really looking forward to it. It's my guy.
Could Jackson's girlfriend go to Plowsy's wedding? That's from Arbor Day. Yeah, she can't go to...
I don't know. I have to reread that invitation. I don't know if I had a +1 to the Plowhawk wedding, but yeah, I don't know.
Can the +1 go if the first one doesn't go?
What does that mean?
Your girlfriend would go, but you were invited.
Oh, you mean like in my stead?
Has that ever happened? Yeah.
Still only one person going.
Yeah, probably bad form. It's like the invitation is to you, the person, not just as like a floating invite. You know, it's not like a ticket to, Aerosmith.
They probably wouldn't even know her either, would they?
Aerosmith.
100% this guy's going to Cape Cod with a bunch of dudes. That's from Veiled Prophet.
Yeah, what? So what? They're all going to have intercourse because it's
No, how do I explain that to my kids?
It's three guys.
How will I pull my boys aside tonight, two strapping boys, and say Jackson's a wonderful boy, but he's going to go celebrate having intercourse in Cape Cod with his buddies?
No,
how do I explain that to my children?
No, it's just the three of them. Martin's got his hands on his head. It's just going to be a couple guys, and we're meeting up with people. It's not going to be an all-guy wedding.
You just got a little too specific.
What do you think he was alluding to?
I mean, my goodness, the dinner table tonight, the lessons.
This is nonsense.
Okay,
read nonstop about this, and then when I finally say what everyone's talking about, it's like, whoa, how could you go there, my strapping boys? Talking about it.
You're hosting a wedding where no one brings a date, and now you're arguing with a secular holiday. Not having a great 2025, fella. That's from Arbor Day. He's directing it towards Sweet Kai, whose wedding Jackson's going to instead of the Plowhawks, where he is not allowed to bring a date.
Couldn't disagree more. This is the year of the Kai, first of all. He's getting married, then moving back to STL. Hell yeah. And I think,
is he really?
Yeah, I think, no, well, you sound disappointed.
I just feel badly for him.
No, he's excited.
No, I know a lot of people love to move from Cape Cod
to St. Louis.
Yeah.
Well, their situation, his betrothed is a travel nurse, so they know everywhere they go is a temporary stay. Unless they,
Unless this is going to be a brief stay. They're not getting the Brentwood Forest thing.
No, they're, I think for a little decent amount.
Can't you find a city that you like as a travel nurse and just bounce around hospitals within that city?
So this is not their first time in Cape Cod. So yes, this is kind of what they're doing in Cape.
Okay.
And then they're in the vineyard in winter. I'm talking a lot about my friend who's just like a guy.
Yeah, that no one knows.
Yeah, but he went after Arbor Day, and Arbor Day is
true.
definitely
I love
not just
Arbor
a
Day.
gay. What mask will Jackson be wearing for his eyes wide shut in Cape Cod party? That's from Carlos Spicy.
I couldn't do a party like that. Some where you have to wear masks and there's passcodes and
Fidelio, of course.
Different rooms, people wearing.
Sounds like you're cake shaming just a little bit. I'm just telling you.
Monocles. No, hey, listen.
People wear monocles at these things.
Well,
You don't see enough of that.
What are the little binoculars you bring to the theater?
Opera glasses?
Yeah, I feel like some
Is
with
that right? Really?
I've
Well, I've
seen
been to a lot
film.
of creepy events. I haven't seen anybody with that.
Yeah, I just don't think I could, I would giggle, I'd wear that little mask and say the password and I just start laughing.
How do you keep a monocle in place long term?
I think you squint, right?
I guess you'd have
or
to.
you have to get it fitted?
I don't know.
Well,
it's hard to believe that was ever a thing for anybody.
Or contact, the original contact lenses, really hard, like damn near glass, and you just shove them in your eye.
I think so. I never had to wear them, but I think, yeah.
Jackson's fitted monocle is available next month.
Yeah, it's true. Sorry, June.
Maybe we need a whole brand of TMA monocles.
An ascot.
Try to bring it back.
Did the cat do a monocle the day we had
Dustin Diamond?
Screech?
It was one of the first days of this show, Doug. So you're going back to July or August of 2004, and we had the late, great Dustin Diamond. You know him as Screech from Saved by the Bell in studio. And I don't know how we decided on this, but I think the cat wore a football helmet the entirety of the interview. Martin wore a monocle, and I was dressed up as a Confederate soldier. I believe that would be hashtag problematic in 2025.
Sure it would be.
But back then, why the kids were they were wild and they were free is what they were. It could have been a Union soldier, but either way, that's what was around. And Dustin Diamond came in, did the interview. Nobody addressed any of these things. And then he walked out, and I had to be just alarmed by what he just participated in.
You just happen to have these costumes?
I don't know how it all
I
came
don't
to
remember
pass.
any of this.
Did you guys have to go out and, I assume, go get them?
Do you have a monocle with you?
That sounds right. I don't remember that. I remember the cat in the helmet because this is before Ricky Williams did it or after he did it.
Yeah.
Where we just wear it all the time.
But you guys weren't on camera or anything, so you're just doing this for
We were
yourselves.
ahead of our time. But I think I tried the monocle, and I just couldn't commit to the bit because it was hard to, hold it in place and also do a live read.
I think it's for a lazy eye.
Probably, yeah.
Rubbing your mom's feet, loving the NBA, needing 48 hours to decide, dyeing your mustache, and now weekends with a tiny house full of dudes in Cape Cod. Pack it up, Jackson. Time to move down anywhere south of the Arnold Water Tower. That's from Steven Time, who's on Martin's Mount Rushmore.
Half of those things are untrue. Just an idea about dyeing my mustache. I don't think I'll ever do it. But yeah, there will be some men there. I don't know what you want from me there.
Are they tall?
Yeah, one of them's real tall. Buddy Mark.
Are any of these guys bringing lady friends?
Only the one who's married.
And so she's going to be in the house with the rest of you guys.
Well, it's not just guys.
She's the
there's
outlier.
But there's part of the Sweet Sweet Kai's family, his betrothed's family.
Also, there's going to be a bunch of ladies in the house, too.
There will probably be some women in the house, yes.
Is your love interest concerned that you, being a star now on HD1 radio, going to be, fending them off?
No, she knows I'm Marty Monogamy. I'm
How about that, Doug?
one
Marty
kind of
Monogamy.
gal.
Look at this guy.
Will there be any women 40 years older than you that you can rub their feet, sweets?
I would, if someone asked nicely, I'm sure I'd consider
That's all
it.
it takes, Tim, is ask nicely.
Well, I just don't find anything.
Would your love interest find that to be a little borderline on the Marty Monogamy thing?
I don't know. It's a good question. I'll pose it to her. Would you be okay with me rubbing some woman north of 60's feet at this wedding in Cape Cod?
Good question to ask.
I think she'd give you the go-ahead for that.
I think so, too.
You can email in your suggestions on it. The morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Patty Maroon made his debut last night on the NHL on TNT, and he broke down what it was like for him to play against Connor McDavid. You'll enjoy this. And then Darren Pang got the call of the first fight in the Stanley Cup playoffs. And you know what? It was a local guy, a guy Jackson went to school with. We'll have that for you coming up. It's TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Together Credit Union, locally owned and operated and supporting the St. Louis Zoo. Did you know the zoo cares for about 12,000 animals that represents nearly 450 species? St. Louis Zoo has an impact not only on the wildlife, but the conservation throughout this area. They're studying this, and to help them out, there's a zoo debit card from Together Credit Union. When you have that zoo debit card, they're going to round up the change from all your transactions, donating that money back to the St. Louis Zoo. Those donations help the zoo further its mission, animal care, and management. Zoo debit card holders also get special perks like membership, discounts, attraction tickets, parking perks, plenty more. All of that if you sign up and get the St. Louis Zoo debit card offered by Together Credit Union. Together Credit Union, togethercu.org is the website, or stop by any of those 14 area locations. Don't wait. Sign up today. Support the St. Louis Zoo. Visit togethercu.org for full terms and details. Together Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
Doug, it's Stadium Anthems with Jackson Burkett today.
Well, this is a good one. You hear this a lot.
This is one of the best of all time.
Yeah.
This is what you hear during a timeout after a team's just gone on a run.
Yeah, college basketball.
Oh, the building is rocking here tonight. Well, it was rocking last night. And it was rocking, Jackson, with your former classmate. And Darren Pang on the call. Take a listen. Uh-oh.
Get the labor,
I thought we were in
please.
Continental Yoff.
Right there, Frederic and Hagen looks like are going to go at it. They're going to drop the mitts. Frederic hasn't dropped them yet. Hagen's ready for it, and here they go. And Hagen can fire them. He's going undercuts on Frederic, who can also scrap. And he's coming back with a couple of rights against a much larger man. Oh, Hagen's got him with a couple of undercuts.
This is the first fight, believe it or not, of these Stanley Cup playoffs. And it's a good one. Haig and Frederic. As Frederic battles back. And they're tired out, but they're not done yet.
Oh, a left right there by Haig. Patty Maroon in the studio, and great job, too, to the big rig. Great to see him here with our NHL on TNT staff. And earlier this year, he fought Haig a couple of times, and that was a heavyweight bout.
Pretty abrupt there at the end.
Whatever. I love that Pang was calling it like a prize fight.
It was. It was a great
Undercuts, he
call.
called them instead of uppercuts.
Ooh, that was a good one.
Yeah, he gave a little like.
And he gave a shout out to his boy, Patty Maroon, back in the studio, who we, of course, Martin, you got to get ready for this.
It's true.
We're taking on Patty Maroon and Panger at Meadowbrook. This program is undefeated against golfers who have played in the U.S. Open. That's Chris Nagel. And vanquished him, too. I think it was like 7-6.
Does your dad do the scorecard? Is that?
That's unfortunate.
Just-
Boy,
I
the
mean, I was
Jamie
just-
Rivers
I was just
height
a-
thing.
just a question.
It's just unfortunate. And so, Panger and Patty Maroon, we're going to have to take them on. And Patty Maroon was in studio last night in the NHL on TNTs. You heard
Talking
Panger
about it?
making here. Is he wasn't talking about our match, but he was talking about what it's like to play against Connor McDavid. Here is the rig.
And I asked you off camera there, Patty, what's it like playing against McDavid? Like on TV, he looks fast. It almost looks like we speed up the tape when he's on our screen. Like, what's it like when you're actually on the ice with him? Is he as fast as he looks on TV? Or is he faster?
He is. I mean, it's like playing Xbox. You get to play with him, and you're just like, man, this guy's fast, but up close like that, it's pretty impressive how he can go from a flat start to go right there and get his speed and get his speed burst going. So, I mean, listen, obviously we're all talking about Theodore. You know, McDavid's obviously the best player in the league right now, and you can't give him that much time and space, especially when a D's trying to pinch. He's going to make those quick instinct plays that are going to catch you guys kind of off guard. So, I mean, we all see it. He's the fastest player in the league, I think, and the way you see it up close is what you see on TV too. He's always got that, that fire in his game where it's always going to keep flying at
It's
you.
the change of direction, too, that makes him so dangerous.
Not too bad of an edit there at the end. What were they talking about?
Connor McDavid and
that's
his
right.
speed.
So
What did
fast.
you like? Tune out for a moment?
No, I was just making fun of the fact that we comment about the edit and not the story itself.
The Oil is a win away from returning to the Western Conference Final. Dallas and Winnipeg have the stage to themselves tonight. I still won't be able to watch, which is pathetic, but hey, here I am. But Dallas can get one win closer to the Western Conference Final. That'd be a hell of a series, by the way. The Stars against the Oilers. And then things get back going here with the Leafs and the Panthers. I would imagine holes have gotten tighter in Toronto after the 2-0 lead that Bernie Federko predicted right here on this program. Take the Panthers with that series 2-2. And the Caps and Hurricanes won't play again for another couple nights. But it looks like the Hurricanes are on their way to the Eastern Conference Finals. Martin, what is the ideal Stanley Cup final matchup for you, sir?
Taking the networks out of it. Like, I don't care about Dallas. I want them to beat Winnipeg because I'm petty.
Right, same here.
Edmonton gets to the Canadian. I got Toronto for sure. But I just don't care on the West. I guess Toronto-Edmonton takes away. Jackson pointed this out. Then the Canada narrative's gone. Like, will they finally win a cup in Canada? But I'm going to go Edmonton-Toronto. I'm sorry. That narrative's off the table, but I want Edmonton-Toronto.
Yeah.
Thank you.
At least with Edmonton, you do get the best player in the league. It's fun to watch him. But I'll go with the Stars. Just I have relatives in Dallas who are big into this series, so it's hard for me not to root for them over the Jets, too.
I'm with Martin on this, the one that I want to see, but I do agree that then the drama of Canada winning one for the first time in 32 years, Nurse, is removed. But as far as entertainment goes, intensity goes,
and there's other narratives too. I mean, Toronto obviously a original six charter franchise. Can they get back? And then McDavid, if he loses 2 in a row, what does that say about the best player in the league?
Sounds like you want to hold him accountable.
Probably nothing, because he's got a whole 19 other teammates out there.
Taking the NBA media approach to it and making big exclamations about people's legacy based on
from Brian
one
Windhorst?
moment.
Right.
Pretty much the entire industry on the NBA side.
Like if you're the quarterback, you've got the winning record in football.
Right.
What's the quarterback's winning record?
Like
21 other guys.
Talk around Josh Allen right now. Like, can you win the big one? And if McDavid loses 2 Stanley Cup Finals in a row, then you ask the question. Even though I don't think it's right.
No.
But it's what you do.
Yeah. It's overanalyzing.
You got the tweet ready to go. Just sitting in
fraud.
Sitting in the hopper.
McFraud.
Because you will be able to say that about 15 other teams. Well, you got in the playoffs and you couldn't get it done.
Right.
I'm asking, and I'm asking from a good place, not from a red dress shirt place.
Is it just kind of like...
I think Arbor Day coined that in the...
I'm trying to kind of workshop it in my mind. Who was the uncle? Was it on Napoleon Dynamite? Was it Uncle Leo?
Uncle Rico.
Uncle Rico, who of course has reappeared in White Lotus.
Yeah. He'd probably have like a red dress shirt, right?
That would be like his going out shirt, like his dinner shirt.
Going out shirt, kind of a custom van that's a little older, but he thinks it's still sharp.
Yeah.
I'm just saying I'm trying to workshop in this person.
Right. So I'm asking this question. Again, it's from a good place, not from a red dress shirt place.
For sure.
The NBA Finals might not necessarily be real attractive.
If it's Knicks, then automatically you have that would be the most attractive team you can get out of the East year in and year out. West-wise, it's probably not going to be great. But T-Wolves have Anthony Edwards, who's kind of transcends his market. And then Thunder Nuggets also have huge stars that can, but it's not ideal.
But the Knicks are intriguing because it's the New York Knicks, not because the team.
Yeah, Jalen Brunson is a pretty big player, pretty big star, not physically, but from Q rating standpoint. But yes, because it's the Knicks, and they haven't won in now 53 years a championship, and still have one of the most rabid fan bases. I think that's a nice narrative.
All right,
but it has to be the Knicks. If it's the Pacers and the Wolves, that's even though I would love it. That's a great. They match up really well, but.
Bill Simmons wasn't doing really well after the Tatum injury last night. Doug, take a listen.
Oh, okay.
This could go down as, we'll see what happens with Tatum, but this could go down as one of the darker Celtic days. Not to mention he's at the peak of his career. He's never had a major injury, Tatum, and if this is like a major one, it doesn't just take him out for this playoffs, but it takes him out for, I think, all of next year, too. You just wonder, is he going to be able to get back to the point that he was at tonight?
Tatum gets to this point in his mid to late 20s where we're starting to have this conversation about, what other levels are there left? And now it's like, do we get to have that conversation again? Now it's shifted to, you just spelled it out. It shifts to, can he get back? And, that's a huge bummer, man.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens with Tatum, but this speaks to A, how hard it is to win a title, B, how important injury luck is, and C, how hard it is to just put together some really good years in a row.
Is that it? Is that what it ended? I didn't really need to put an outline form. I didn't need an A, B, C thing.
For sure.
And sometimes a host, even a skilled host like Bill Simmons, will start with that for 3 reasons.
Yeah, and then they
get to 3 and it really is all of the above. That's the third reason. For A, that's why claims to say for a number of reasons. And it could be 4, could be 2, could be 5.
However many you can think of, that's how many reasons it is.
Bill Simmons' voice makes me want to pour bleach into my ear holes. That's from the 830 Recreator.
Okay, nice opinion. It just he had 42, I think, at the time when he went out. I mean, like, you couldn't be playing better than he was playing last night, trying to will his team to a victory.
Everyone's saying Achilles, but nothing official
He's
yet.
getting MRI today. MRI coming today, so we will know for sure probably by this afternoon.
I feel like at the NBA level, these are like they can get an MRI like in an hour.
Probably
like,
a swelling thing, right?
That could be an issue. But I always I will do that tomorrow, and I'm always amazed that I guess you got to deal with the injury first.
Although Brady Cook got tested, patched
across
up.
the street to beat up on War Eagle.
Yeah.
True son arrives in an ambulance.
Bill Simmons, a woke loser. That's from Eric in the Central.
When you say that about every other person, do you think maybe you're the problem?
Wow.
I don't know though. I don't know. It's just a
next text. Carl Rove, woke loser.
Right. Like when you keep saying it, it's like, oh, maybe common denominator here.
Doug, we want people to email in for the design, air, heating, and cooling email today. It comes up at 10:45. Martin, you got onboarding today, I believe. You
got some onboarding, yeah. We're going to go through a lot of topics.
Now, the Cardinals are in the midst of a 9-game winning streak. However, this was kind of a little bit of a breaking ball. Some even more good news for Cardinal fans.
Oh, good.
Ooh. I'll tell you what it is coming up next.
Yes.
I did it. It's teasing camp. It's paying off.
Okay.
It's the morning after 101 ESPN.
Hey, this is Jackson with the Sports Center update. That's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Knicks defeat the Celtics last night, 121-113. Jalen Brunson with 39 points and 12 assists. The Knicks have a 3-1 series lead there. The Timberwolves defeat the Warriors 117-110. Anthony Edwards with a 30-point ball game. Minnesota now leads that series 3-1. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, do you enjoy AC/DC?
No, this is just screaming. This is loud noise and screaming.
Saw them in concert. Was that 2009?
I don't know what the year was.
Well, you went AC/DC and Jay-Z and Kanye in the two-year span.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Good run.
I guess I saw Hove back-to-back years because that was 2010 and 2011.
Well, yeah, but the 11 one, that was in Vegas,
I was living
right?
downtown, so I would just walk over to the Enterprise Center.
The 11 one was in Vegas, correct?
MGM.
Yeah.
It's TMA 101 ESPN, and we welcome you to participate in the program. YouTube chat is not happy with Martin John Scores, who is, to his credit, on to Jackson keeping Larry Nickel off the show.
Oh, has he even called today?
I didn't see his number come in.
Did he send you a sassy text?
No sad. I usually, if nothing else from Sass comes in.
Maybe he's given up. You've broken him.
We had him on last week.
Onboarding bits getting tired. Just say you have things to do.
All right.
Some John Scores.
Okay, a blocking.
You want Scores blocked?
Blocking.
That's a no fun kind of text. That's a stop having fun kids kind of text.
How about this one then? Too fat to kayak. Here comes 45 minutes of commercial breaks the next 60. Can we get a brief Chairman Kurt segment? As the kids say, let him cook. Some Too Fat to Kayak. He's not happy with the show.
Jeez.
Joy Effect says 2 Fox obligations is fine to say, LOL.
We'll say what we want to say.
No fun.
I mean, Martin did a deal with 101, and the deal was he's going to work from 7 to 10. There it is. Yeah. I kind of thought everybody knew that, but...
Nope. No fun.
Wait, so he's not...
Yeah, so there it is. You can email in your unhappiness the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Don Hoffman, who is your favorite poster, says, nice knowing you, Scores.
Yeah, he's going, yeah, seriously.
He just got himself blocked.
So you blocked him, Don?
Yeah.
TMA 101 ESPN. We welcome you to participate in a wide variety of ways, calling, texting, emailing, and Michelob Ultra YouTube chatting. And we welcome you to participate in the conversation here as the Cardinals have won 9 in a row. I was surprised to see this. I don't know if this was a Chairman Kurt link or a Jackson link. Ranking the young cores of organizations and giving the top 10 most promising young cores. And Doug, guess what? Your St. Louis baseball Cardinals have the 6th best young core. I was surprised to see that.
I was surprised to see they mentioned who was the young core.
Doug, they have a core 4 listed for the Cardinals. Who do you think they listed?
The core 4
of the young, yeah,
the young core 4.
Aye.
Newt Barr.
No.
Herrera.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a
Donovan.
No.
Newt Barr and Donovan are only 2 of the best players they have. Are they going Walker and Gorman?
No and no.
No. Herrera. Libator.
Yes.
That
Okay.
was a surprising one to me.
Okay. A win. Obviously.
Got his eye back.
And another pitcher. How about Palante?
No.
Oh.
Mason Wynn. This dude.
I said Mason Wynn. Can I have initials, please?
Fun.
VS2.
VS2. Vinny Smith II. When we get him?
Braden Sheen.
Okay. That's pretty good core 4.
Wynn, Scott, Herrera, Libertor.
All right.
Going into the season, I don't think we would call
Can
that the young
you
core.
imagine if we would have been reading this when we were down there in Jupiter and saying, here's your Cardinal core 4? Only one of the 4 would have been believable.
Mm-hmm.
Here is what the article from Bleacher Report writes. Not only does St. Louis have 4 quality young players here, but it has them at the ideal foundational locations, short, center, catcher, and pitcher. Although Herrera and catcher, I'm not sure. But either way, though, we shall see what sort of staying power the center fielder and starting pitcher have. Wynn has already established himself as one of the most valuable shortstops in the game, posting 4.9. Doug, do you call it GWAR?
I never use that kind of language.
You like GWAR? You ever see that band,
we
GWAR?
don't need any of
up.
it. We don't need any of that stuff. Just watch them play. You can tell who's got it and who doesn't.
Jackson, you familiar with GWAR?
The band?
Yeah.
So this is a baseball stat.
No, that's GWAR. But
GWAR?
GWAR.
GWAR.
You type them in an image search.
Is that spelled GWAR?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to find out what's going on here with GWAR.
That ranked top 20 among all position players last season. Though he's still 5 years away from free agency, St. Louis probably already regrets not giving Wynn one of those Colt Keith or Jackson Churio types of 8-year deals before even appearing in an MLB game. And while Herrera just returned from a month on the IL, he had 301 last season and homered in 4 of his first 24 plate appearances this season. His budding potential behind the plate was the catalyst for shifting Wilson Contreras to first base, and maybe Herrera will be the mainstay that Yadier Molina was for nearly 2 decades. That would be, that's all bold, but
yeah, he's a different kind of player completely.
Right. Conversely, both Scott and Liberatore entered this season with a negative career WAR before getting out to stellar starts. The former batting almost 300 with 11 stolen bases, the latter with an ERA just north of 3 through 41 innings pitched. If they are the real deal, and if 23-year-old right fielder Jordan Walker can start to figure things out before the end of the season, the Cardinals' rebuilding situation becomes much less onerous. How about that? Because with the Blues, and I realize the final 2 months of the season, and of course what took place up until the final 1.6 seconds of the postseason series with the Jets, you knew that was moving. You felt, I guess you can't say you knew, but you felt like that was moving in the right direction. The Cardinals situation has not. I realize they're in the midst of the 9-game winning streak. And so it's contrarian to say, but it doesn't mean that the mountain has been climbed by any means. But from a big picture standpoint, it's encouraging to see that. I also feel obligated to say that I don't know that I would buy stock in Liberatore, even though proud member of the Southside Seaman Fantasy Baseball team, or Victor Scott, as much as I enjoy it from where they are right now, I guess is what I'm saying, if you follow me on that. Wynn, that stands to reason. Wynn got off to a brutal start and got it going. That wasn't really that surprising. Contreras got off to a brutal start, got it going. That wasn't really that surprising. I don't know if you're going to continue to see it from Scott and Liberatore. Hope you do, but just not sure you will. So I was surprised to see them, like you said, as the core 4.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't have made sense to have Gorman and Walker in there based on how they're playing.
For sure.
At least we know what the ceiling is on a guy like Liberatore. It's pretty high. When he gets it going, he's a highly effective starting pitcher.
Yeah.
We know that it's in him.
And I've been carrying water for the Liberatore camp for a long time.
Why do you carry his water?
It's like the last vestige of rights holding, where I just
hold on a second. The last vestige of rights holding is Matthew.
Well, you
Liberatore?
remember 2 years ago I was trying to do some rights holding.
The start of last season, yeah.
The start of last season.
On Balloon Party. It was really an odd thing. It's like you were playing a character. It's like I was doing a show with Orlovsky.
But I've always been carrying the water for Liberatore. Just because sometimes it takes tall lefties like that a little longer to develop.
A little guy like Mike Hampton, you would have sold your stock.
Well, and he was right-handed, but sometimes those.
Who was?
I'm saying if Liberatore was, I guess, smaller and right-handed.
So, Doug, if he were a small pitcher who was right-handed,
yes,
which of course,
for heaven's sakes,
but it sometimes take those lefties a little longer to develop, especially a guy who throws a lot of junk, and and obviously it's too early to say like, oh, absolutely, here he is, but. This is like what you've hoped out of Liberatore for a couple seasons now. So, and they mentioned Herrera in there. He's done nothing but hit, this season. And you look at the tail end of last year, he's a hitter, man. So, some things to be excited about. Some reasons to go to the bush, really. I looked up GWAR. What is it? What the hell is that?
It's a band, right?
Yes. It looks like Pan's Labyrinth. What the hell is going on?
It looks like Pan's Labyrinth.
Yeah, well, they're dressed up like they're in Dungeons and Dragons. Look at the guy got like antlers on
Well,
his
we
head.
can't look at it. It's on your computer.
I know. I'm saying if you aren't driving and maybe at your home or office, maybe type in GWAR, see what's going on
How do
there.
you spell that?
GWAR. GWAR is awesome live, but too much blood / red soda. That's from 904.
Okay.
Red soda. It says it's a spinoff of Death Piggy.
Oh, for heaven's
There's a band called Death Piggy.
Doug, you ever see Death Piggy live?
No. Sounds interesting.
GWAR has expanded its brand into other areas such as comic book, board games, whiskey, barbecue sauce, e-liquids, and toy collectibles, and also, of course, sex toys.
E-liquids?
Yeah, I guess for vaporizing, I would assume.
Apparently, one of Michael Gersh's special projects is to write for Bleacher Report now. That's from Bazooka Tooth 75. Are we giving out a Michelob Ultra YouTube chat post of the day? Because if that's the case, I think Bazooka Tooth 75.
I love Bleacher Report because if you go to their website, there's not a single headline they have that's more than 3 words.
It's
like NHL power rankings, and that's the headline. Like it's really
it's like our industry, Doug. I mean, I feel like Bleacher Report might be the
type it into your website, man. Your search engine.
The poster. We know it's a passion industry where hundreds of people want to get into it for only a couple of jobs, and so most people get paid absolutely nothing to do it. And here, I know you're a student. Would you like to be able to say you work on Bleacher Report, and then when you ask for a raise in 2 years, we're going to replace you with a student who will work for 10% less than we hired you for in 2025? I hate to tell you how the business works, but I'm just telling you how the business works.
Now, is Barstool better? Barstool's better, right?
It's different. I'd say it's different.
Did you see the video the other day of the producer who got tackled? I guess they have some sort of stunts that they like to do on some of their in-studio interviews. So one of the producers thought that he would see if he could tackle this other guy who played Big Ten football. And the other guy looked like he was 45 years old, but big, 250, 260. And they both had helmets on. And the former football player hit the producer so hard, it sent him flying backwards. He got up cussing and screaming and claimed he had a concussion. He was going to sue the guy. It was all some stunt that he had set up that went terribly wrong.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
Which I'm sure is exactly what they wanted, probably.
I think Barstool Chicago brought in a guy that was just the center for the Hoosiers there at the University of Indiana.
Yeah.
I think that was the guy.
Yeah. Leveled him.
Yep.
It's 10:13 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, 101 ESPN, and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan for Universal Windows Direct. May is officially the kickoff to home improvement season. The weather's warming up. Memorial Day right around the corner. Now's the time to tackle those big projects you've been putting off, whether it's drafty old windows or a worn-out front door. Universal Windows Direct has the ultimate offer to get your home ready for summer and beyond. Right now, during their home improvement season sale, you'll get an incredible 50% off your windows. Yes, that's half off. You heard that right. You can upgrade your home with beautiful energy-efficient windows for half the cost, but it gets even better. For a limited time, you'll get no interest and no payments for 12 months. It's a whole year to enjoy your new windows before you pay a single cent. And here's the cherry on top. You'll receive a free entry door with your window purchase. That's style, comfort, and savings all in one. So why wait? There is no better time than home improvement season to give your home the upgrade it deserves. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. This May, celebrate comfort, curb appeal, and serious savings with Universal Windows Direct. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Doug, these are stadium anthems.
Okay. I'm not sure I've heard this one much.
Well, they'll be playing this at Busch Stadium next Monday when the Tigers roll into town, and why the Cardinals have won 14 straight. Shh.
Now, what was that right there at the end? Did you pick that up in broadcasting camp?
That's right. That was broadcast camp.
Mm-hmm. It's about all it would have taken. It's about all the training it would have taken to get into this business.
Wilmore Park, and I know we have a texter named the Wilmore Park bathroom attendant, but at Wilmore Park, we had 2 camps to go to when you were a young boy. You would go to Camp Funny Face, and then as you grew, you would go to Camp Willy Worm.
Oh, jeez. I see.
Fun with alliteration at Wilmore Park, right there by Redbird Lanes.
Sure it was, yeah. And you went to both, too, didn't you?
I hope that doesn't come off as a brag. Does that make me unrelatable?
Now, were these week-long camps or all summer or what?
I think it was week-long.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where was Redbird Lanes?
Gravois and Hampton, sir.
Where the Schnucks is now? By the bus or the Metro bus stop?
The Schnucks is on the east, northeast corner, I believe is what it would be. Redbird Lanes was on the southeast corner.
Gotcha.
I think that's correct. Northwest corner, I apologize. I wonder where the Gin Blossoms are today. No way to look it up. That's from Scott McGillicuddy in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. But in the Hey Jealousy video, wasn't one of them wearing a Navy Cardinal cap, which brings us back to the Cardinals and the winning streak and the fact that the team looks like a storied baseball franchise when they wear the Navy road caps. Can we just do the Navy road caps, Doug? It's not a lot to ask.
No.
Doesn't it seem like Wilson Contreras is sending a message when he wears all Navy sleeves and accessories along with the Navy caps?
I think he is.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Mason Wind does the same thing.
Well, they should have them probably tonight and tomorrow.
Yeah, they will.
Not in Kansas City.
And they'll be back to looking like the Angels, Reds, and Phillies when they go to Kansas City.
Is Saturday a day game? Because if that's the case, then I think we'll get the Powder Blues on Saturday.
The day tilt in Kansas City?
Let's see. That would be May the 16th. The Cardinals are, of course, taking on... no, it's a night game. No, that's a Friday. Sorry. May 17th is a Saturday. That's another night game. Damn.
And so what does that mean?
I don't know if they wear the Powder Blues on a Saturday night game.
Doug, do they wear the Powder Blues
Why
on a
would that
Saturday?
matter? Whether the game's at night or during the day?
I don't know. Sometimes I thought that the rule was they wear the Powder Blues on Saturday day games. I don't know if it's all Saturday games. I hope it is. I want to see the Powder Blues.
Okay.
I don't feel like the Powder Blues really have a high approval rating with many Cardinal fans.
I think they think they like the idea and principle, but the execution wasn't right.
I think that actually would sum it up quite concisely, sir.
Because the 80s Powder Blues just said Cardinals on the front.
What was that style of uniform that a lot of teams wore in the 80s? The Cardinals certainly...
Pullover, double knit.
The pants wouldn't have belts.
And then the pant was like an elastic.
Yeah, elastic band.
Yes.
I think they should bring that back. If you're going to do the Powder Blues, do it right. Like, do it all the way.
Doug, did you ever sport a uniform with the elastic band?
Sure.
I did it out at Afton Athletic Association, humble brag.
Yeah. So
the
we wore in college,
86
too.
cutest team. We were a rebuilding outfit.
Oh, were you?
Stirrups, I assume?
Aye.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which was the stupidest thing. With white socks underneath it, they call them sanitary socks that you'd pull up like to your knee, and then a stirrup over that and try to get it to stay up.
What purpose was the stirrup sort of thing?
I don't know.
Was it keeping the
just a
socks
tradition
up?
thing that people have been wearing baseball for 100 years.
David Beckham, the Gin Blossoms, the Navy hat is everywhere. That's from the Gerbil. Doug, David Beckham, seen wearing a Navy Cardinal cap. Of course, the Gin Blossoms, that video's, God, I would say that's only like 30 years old. It seems like there is some momentum in pop culture for the Cardinals to bring back the Navy cap on the road on a full-time basis.
Regardless of who they play.
Thank you.
Red team
It
or
worked
blue
just
team?
fine in 2006. It worked just fine in 2011. Why they got away from it beats that. And then they did this poll where they asked the fans what they wanted. The fans voted for the Navy cap, and they're like, okay, we'll do it sometimes.
So lame.
The organization's never been the same since.
Well, I don't know that it's that serious. I think it's Bill DeWitt III's call, right? I think he's the one who says it's.
Yeah,
it's
when we
cold.
had him on the show, I flat out confronted him. Like I was the Elliot Davis of uniforms.
He didn't seem amused by the line of questioning.
Because he's put up with me doing it for like the last decade. We did a podcast. I was down in his office. It's just me and him, and I'm bringing it up. And he's like, okay, this guy, let's get the medication in and get him out. Tariffs until we get the blue road caps. That's from Doug's Tariffs.
I could hit the Cardinals with a tariff. You think that would bring the Caps back?
Well, you'd have to tariff the red hat so that they couldn't get it in. They could only afford the one for the home games.
Too expensive.
They could only afford home game red caps, and they'd have to go Navy on the road.
The Cardinals powder blues are the best jerseys in the league. That's from Doug Glatt.
I think Doug Glatt, shout out to the movie Goon and the Halifax Highlanders, but the Cardinal home whites, I think, have an argument to be the best in the league. I wouldn't say the same for the powder blues.
Dodgers home uniforms are pretty cool.
Yankee home uniforms. Yeah. I think those three right there could probably do pretty well. Kind of pick your...
But as far as road uniforms, when the Cardinals have the Navy hat, it's outstanding. And why they went away from it, just for the life of me. And then on top of it, most of the time this thing's about I'm the Antichrist, Doug, as you know.
Yeah.
But this is a take that even those who loathe me agree with.
Yeah.
Now, it's not, of course, universal, but it has a high level of support. And I just don't get it.
It's what makes them unique, They do a different cap on the road. Now they just look like every other team who wears red hats on the road.
Here's the story with stirrups. Doug, we went to the story with stirrups? Here you go.
Please.
This is from the Ichiro's American Hits. They used to believe that color dye would poison your blood if it got in an open cut. So the idea was to wear white sanitaries under the colored stirrup socks. The tradition stuck for almost 100 years. That's from the Ichiro's American Hits. How about that?
I guess.
That's interesting.
But if you wore colored uniform anywhere else, it might still cause the same problem, right?
This clearly wasn't rooted in much scientific backing.
Might have been when people got spiked a lot.
Yeah, that could be the case.
Slide in with spikes and cut each other up, so they often had cuts on their feet.
I saw John Boy himself, not John Boy Media and subsidiaries, talking about how he's really on board with putting like a second bag on first base like you do in Little League and softball, because guys keep getting clipped, in the back heel, and it's just why bring that into you're making a guy run foul, but first he has to make a move into fair territory, and it's just kind of dangerous.
Yeah. The cream Saturday home uniform with St. Louis on the front is the best jersey in MLB. Full stop. Doug, that comes from the star of the Real Housewives of TMA. Her name is Sharon in Clayton. When Arbor Day is sideways with her, he refers to her as Time Sharon in Clayton. Do you like the Saturday home St. Louis cream colored uniform?
I do like that.
I like it too.
I don't like it when she says full stop, because that means like that's the only opinion that matters.
So they kind of introduced those, I want to say 6, 7, maybe 8 years ago, maybe a little less. And I feel like since they've de-creamed them a little bit, like they're a little whiter.
De-creamed?
Like they're a little less cream colored, like less cream colored than the Giants home uniforms, but obviously creamier than the Cardinal home whites.
So I like those Giants uniforms, though.
That's a sharp look. That's a sharp look.
I think the Cardinals, though, with this slight de-creaming, have made it even better. I think it's kind of perfect. And maybe I'm off. Maybe I'm known to be slightly colorblind. So
uniform says who you are. Hat says where you're from. That's from the 314.
I like that. The logo, the Cardinal logo, the STL is indelible. Like that's as good as it gets.
I had a problem with the use of indelible.
Yeah, we just didn't need it there. We just don't always need it.
Last weekend in Washington, they wore red caps, even though the Nats had red caps. Why didn't they wear the blue caps? I'm legitimately curious about that.
We don't know that.
And as you can imagine, because I have championed the Navy cap cause, I was contacted by listeners wondering where the Navy caps were.
Is it possible someone put a tariff on the wrong hat?
I could see that.
They simply couldn't afford them.
Guys, they should go back to wearing the powder blue jerseys on all road games like they did in the 80s. That's from Doug's Tariffs.
I don't know. That 80s uniform looks good just like every now and then to remember Ozzie Smith doing backflips and everything, but every night I think might be a little much.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of de-creaming in that all-male hostel in Cape Cod this summer. That's from Dale in Grubville.
They don't call that de-creaming.
It's a good text.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's coming your way here in about 20 minutes. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. Michael's Flooring, family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. That then translates to the customers, and that's what you're going to get when you go to igotfloored.com. You can go online right now and you get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. So find the flooring you like, see in your room, choose your samples, get a quote. Again, go online for more details. Michael's Passions Flooring. When you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That's why he's making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard, which is incredible compensation in this industry. They have it all. Carpet is awesome. It's also back in style. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis, Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael. Make sure you visit igotfloored.com. Doug, when they play this at Busch Stadium, the place is up for a snatch grab.
Is it really? They play this at Busch Stadium?
Jackson?
When would they play this?
This isn't Jump Around that they play in Madison, but this is Crisscross's Jump.
Of course it is. What do you think? We don't know that?
No, I know.
I didn't know it.
I was kind of working through it myself.
When would they play it at Busch?
Probably during the Rally Hoosier.
Really?
No, that's a big banjo moment right there. You get some guy strumming the banjo real hard.
Yeah.
Doug, you have a problem with big oil, big pharma, and big banjo.
Well, big banjo doesn't affect me too much. I really haven't noticed banjo prices going way up.
Is that the folksiest instrument you can play?
Might be.
Yeah, or is the harmonica folksier? That's a good question right there.
That's a crowd pleaser.
Yeah, is it harmonica or banjo folksier?
Well,
I think maybe a
played
harmonica.
the harmonica. That was pretty
People
darn
loved
folksy.
it. People loved it.
There's
But
some
sometimes you'll be at a party and people have had some drinks and it's all of a sudden 1 in the morning and the guy breaks out the harmonica and you go, okay, that'll wrap her up.
Yeah, for real.
That'll wrap her up.
Seriously.
Doug, you're going to like this story that was sent over by Jackson Burkett and his links.
Okay.
Half of Gen Z Americans consider themselves mom and dad to their pets, according to new research.
Oh, Lord.
From a companion to their literal child, different generations approach pet parenthood in different ways. A survey of 2,000 employed cat and dog owners split evenly by generation found that while their methods vary, the one thing they can agree on is that pets make their lives better. 98% of respondents said that. Older generations are most likely to see their fur babies as companions or their support systems. 37% for Gen X, 39% for baby boomers, or simply a pet, 54% and 51% respectively. Meanwhile, Gen Z sees no difference between their pet and an actual human child.
Oh, for heaven's sakes. And we need support animals. I can't get on an airplane without my support pig. Stop it!
Who wants to be Doug's support pig in the text?
I might take it.
I need a support dog. I need a support weasel. Come on. Life is tough. Get a helmet.
Muskrat.
Get on with it.
Hey, Doug, I birthed a schnauzer. It's a 3, 1, 4.
I mean, how soft are we getting that you have to have a support dog?
Now, for the record, the article that Jackson sent over was not necessarily about support animals, although that's been referenced.
Okay.
It's about the fact that, per the study, Gen Z sees no difference between their pet and an actual human child.
No, that's even worse.
I'm going to have
Even
to recuse
worse.
myself from this conversation.
Hey, you're a dog dad.
Now, it's pretty common when a couple first gets married or something, they get a dog and they kind of baby that like they would a baby, like a real child. But then as soon as the first baby comes along, the dog gets pushed way back in the rear. You say that's not going to happen, but it does, and it should.
Is it weird if I get a Father's Day card from my dog son?
Extremely weird.
I love those cards.
So you buy the card and sign the dog's paw on it and then send it to yourself.
I've never gotten one for
and
myself.
you're asking me if that's weird.
No, I haven't gotten one for myself, but I've received them before from him.
From your dog?
Yeah. My son.
Are you getting help at this point? Are you seeing someone?
I'm beyond help.
Okay. I wonder why it's come to this. I'm as big a dog lover as the next guy.
I don't think you are,
I love my
actually.
little dog, but I would never equate it to a human.
Jackson, you're in a spot here because you're Gen Z, correct?
Yes.
But you don't like dogs.
Yeah, that's the short version of it.
To not like dogs means you've been around the wrong dogs. Because there are some dogs you just can't help
Since
but love.
I can remember, I just didn't like. They're a little forward, you know.
A little forward.
Well, it's just
like a 57-year-old divorcee at a bar in Clayton.
Basically, it's like you meet them, and the next second they're licking every inch of you. It's like kind
Don't
of
you like that? They don't.
Not in the
a lot of them
slightest.
don't lick at all.
I don't like.
that off.
I don't like how they're immediately in your space. I think there's a lot of crotch dogs out there that go right for the crotch.
See, you've been around the wrong dogs.
No, I've been around plenty of dogs. Listen, I don't like. If people want to have dogs, it's fine. I just don't want to be around them. like in any way.
Okay.
Kids suck! Dogs rule! Sharon and Clayton. Doug, that's going to be one of her themes when she's on The Real Housewives of TMA.
Now, I don't know the circumstances at all, but they don't matter, and I'm going to tell you why.
Do you avoid going to your friends' houses that have dogs?
No. They just know I'm not like going to be doing a lot of petting or loving or even looking.
I can get annoyed sometimes by a really big dog that's a little in your face, too aggressive.
Yeah. Well, my problem is, like I say, I don't like dogs, and people look at me like I'm a monster.
Are you a dog?
But there are people out there who don't like certain groups of people, and that's like okay. So.
Are you a dog in the bed guy, Doug?
you went over the top.
Yeah, it's okay if the dog's on the bed.
Does your dog sleep in your bed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Getting spit in his mouth is no longer the weirdest thing KG's into. Take a lap, freak. That's from Beer Cats. He won the Milagro Tequila Lister of the Month in January 2023.
Okay, put up another selfie telling us where you're bartending tonight.
Oh! I don't even know what that's in rep. Beer Cats is putting up selfies of where he bartends?
He likes to announce when he's going to be doing a shift.
When you live alone, I could see where your dog would take on added significance in your life.
Yeah,
because that's who you talk to. That's someone to be around.
And I do joint custody of a dog, month on, month off, and I'm in my month.
Gotta be kidding!
No, I'm in my month off right now.
I was trying to cut you some slack there.
It gets lonely and quiet during my months off. I get him back on Sunday. I'm very excited.
How about you decide who gets this dog and you go get another one?
There was an impasse met on that
Council's
situation. Yeah.
Okay.
The house, the cars, that was all fine and easy. The dog was the problem. Yeah.
Okay.
You don't like dogs and you rub your mom's feet? Who the F is this guy? It's from the 618.
Don't like dogs. Offer to rub my mom's feet. That's the
Let me
difference.
guess. Jackson's a cat guy. That's from the 314.
No pets. No pets, please. Having a cat. Didn't I talk about on QFTA last week that if I were to have a cat, I would name it Catty Bates?
Catty Bates.
Doug, how are you going to get through this segment?
Yeah.
How do you spell that?
It's tough.
Katty Bates.
Got it.
Like the Star of Misery.
So he gets a last name too.
She. Maybe a she.
Yeah. Okay.
Catty Bates. I don't know what I would do for a
I don't know what's happening to these people.
Now I think Pale might actually be a serial killer. That's from the Salty
See, this is what I'm
Ball
saying. It's like you
Band
don't
from
like dogs,
Caseyville.
and people think like you're the worst. When people are way worse to other people, and that's like, nope, normal thing. But yeah, I don't like dogs, and I'm a monster. They probably scared me the hell out of me when I was a kid, and I've grown up to not like them.
Have you ever been around a kind of a cuddly little
Yes,
dog?
I have truly enjoyed some dogs, but those are outliers.
Oh.
Those are outliers. And, I just, no pets, no pets, please.
All right.
That Catty Bates thing actually made me cringe so hard I burst a vessel in my eye. That's from the Warren County Wizard.
Nice. What up, Wiz? I don't know what to tell you. That's if I were to have a cat. I have no plans of getting a cat or a dog, even a fish. No pets, please.
Gerbil?
Gerbil? No, dude, your house smells so bad if you get like a gerbil or hamster or guinea pig. Your house reeks.
Yeah, you don't need a roast.
But the juice is worth the squeeze for the gerbil.
Literally.
Send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today is coming your way. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN.
Hey, this is Jackson with a SportsCenter update, and that's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Cardinals win last night. Make that 9 in a row for the Redbirds. They're going to try and make it 10 today. 5:45 first pitch against the Phillies. Sonny Gray on the mound for the Redbirds. Those are their SportsCenter update, brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back, TMA 101 ESPN. Chairman Kurt, was that you or Jackson who sent out a Twitter Gallup poll?
I threw that up on the Twitter tweets.
Doug, the Gallup poll on the TMA STL account, asking just moments ago, what do you prefer the Cardinals wear on the road? Red caps, Navy caps. Nearly 90% of respondents on board with the Navy caps.
Really?
Yeah, that poll's going to finish in the high 80%.
Probably. It just kind of changes the whole uniform look.
It looks
sharp
great.
look.
It looks so good. The contrast between the Navy and the red is awesome.
I don't know. I don't have an answer to it.
We don't have anything.
I don't have an answer to it. All we can do is try to campaign. I need to find like a likable personality, though, to join me on this, because if I adopt the platform, I can't get legislation passed.
Maybe Seth Goldcamp could do that for you.
That's who could get it done.
Good call, Doug.
He could probably put the Navy caps on all of his repairmen, and when you come out and get your air conditioner worked on this spring or summer, you'll say, hey, it's about time you guys started wearing the Navy caps.
There you go.
Because Design Air Heating and Cooling is the home of the handsome repairmen, and they're even more handsome when they're wearing the Navy caps. This is a fourth-generation St. Louis business. Seth Goldcamp and his family have served over 10,000 customers since 1904, and they are proud to say they are the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show. They're never going to upsell you. They'll never give you something that you don't need. That's how they train their employees, and they bank their reputation on that. Their website, easy to navigate and convenience with online scheduling now. So for all of your heating and cooling needs, and you're going to need that air conditioner here someday real soon, you need to choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. You can find them online at designairservice.com.
Yeah, looking at highs of 89 degrees on Thursday and Friday. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Oh, Jackson, what are the standings here? Because there's been a lot of controversy,
a lot of hubbub.
But I mean, I don't think it's too much to ask for the listeners. They're not happy that you don't have the updated standings. So I thought today you could show them that you do have the updated standings.
I have JV golf coach at 3 wins, Big Tank Delvecchio with 2, Joey Vitale's Face Dong, my cousin Vinny, and Buck Swope each with a win apiece.
About that.
I think that math adds up.
And there was one day where we didn't get to.
That's right.
Design Air.
So there's one. Yeah,
that's right. Good call, Chairman.
That was Jackson's fault.
Of course.
I mean, look at this wonderful picture I just tweeted of Stan Musial wearing the Navy cap. Isn't that that's euphoric?
Yeah, that's great.
That was a home uniform too.
Yeah.
Was there a time they wore the home whites with the
I
Navy
guess
caps?
So. Well, before my time when Musial was playing, but
man, I'm telling you, that's a sharp look too. But anyway, all right, here we go. And a lady just emailed in, Chairman. I know you're in the filtering and unfiltering process.
Oh
over
wow,
there.
some late additions here.
Wow. Doug, friends have gathered for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Due to the recent success of the Mother's Day FCFR, that stands for Fried Chicken Foot Rub.
Yeah.
I gave it a whirl on an old heater I picked up at Buffalo Wild Wings last night by South County Mall.
Heater?
After the Vegas Oilers game, Heather and I polished off our vodka monsters, and I grabbed a to-go order of wingies to take back to her apartment behind Home Depot. After having a nightcap on her balcony and enjoying a few Winstons. Boy, this is like an old money.
Vodka monster.
We went inside for a little pillow talk. While she slipped into something a little more sexy, I ran into the kitchen to grab the teriyaki fried wingies so I could lather up her hoofs and give her a massage most women could only dream of. Well, let's just say things didn't work out as planned, and I ended up walking home and giving the wings to a panhandler at the corner of Lindbergh and Lemay Ferry. Don't worry, though, Jackson. I'm going to keep trying. I know she's the odd one. Most women wouldn't be able to hold it in. Again, great show today, boys. Keep it up. That's Grimy from South County.
Grimy from South County.
This is an urgent SOS. It has only taken over 4 years, but Jackson has finally revealed my identity. I was taken by Jackson when I was walking down an alley on the hill. He lured me in with the promises of foot rubs and Lee's fried chicken, but now has been placed in involuntary servitude, guarding his dungeon where he tortures helpless puppies. He even took away my Frank Haith cat pillow, so now I'm left using his finasteride cap as a blanket. Please help. Doug, that's from Caddy Bates.
Okay.
Jackson says that's the name of his kitten.
Caddy Bates.
Morning, Bottoms. I regret to say that I must respectfully disagree with little Timmy. He said the gerbil's juice is not worth the squeeze. Dick Gear once said when he squeezed that little gerbil through that tube, the amount of juice he produced was definitely worth it. That's from Burning Drip Mushroom Tip.
Odd. Burning Drip Mushroom Tip.
Fell in love at the Tam Avenue overpass again, shooting some B-roll. You, born and never left, a city lifer. You had on a Bob Ramsey Fantasy Camp 2009 windbreaker, and we're carrying a copy of Alive magazine with a handwritten note to the editor paperclip to the front that read, "Print this, coward." My lip quivered as you typed a furious text to Frank Viverito demanding to know why the MAC All-Star Game no longer gets media coverage. You looked like a man who DMs Jimmy Ballgame messages like, "You were better than this city deserved," and closes the fridge with your hips. You frequent the YouTube comment sections that exist solely for people who hate listen to reruns of Cocktails and Conversations and hate Remember the Sports Edge with Andy Strickland. Me, former spot-buying assassin turned media pitchman for a portfolio of brands in the doctor-owned clinic and waterbed vertical. I once sold naming rights to a funeral procession on the grounds of legacy alignment. The client laughed in my face, but I still invoiced him. My Jetta's check engine light has been on since Bernie left 1380, but she's my mobile office. My solo podcast entitled Market 81 drops 3 times a day, featuring me yelling into the void about why I should have been slotted into middays after DeMarco Farr left. My resume is basically just archive lists of ex-producers I think I could take in a ratings war. Anyways, let's connect an open mouth kiss. Bring your signed Jeff Suppan baseball and laminated email chain with Martin Kilcoyne. I'll bring a media kit labeled Odyssey rebrand ideas unsolicited. That's from Big Tank Del Vecchio. I'll keynote your panel if you let me plug my Facebook Live daily show titled What Happened to Preps Coverage and Why I Blame Soccer. We're media men. Let's act like it. Doug, that's Big Tank Del Vecchio.
Big Tank Del Vecchio with a rather lengthy email.
Dear Jackson, the night air in Cape Cod was thick with love, regret, and the unmistakable scent of rotisserie chicken. As the reception swirled around us, laughter, bad decisions, the distant echo of Sweet Caroline, you slipped off my orthopedic wedges and gave me a look that said, "You know what to do."
Oh.
And oh, did I. I reached into my blazer pocket where every gentleman keeps a warm pouch of Boston Market chicken grease and let the golden elixir drip slowly onto my time-worn soles. The crackle of poultry fat meeting seasoned skin was almost too intimate to bear. You massaged each toe like they owed me money. My heel, callous like the spirit of a woman who's lived through 3 divorces in the Reagan administration, glistened in the moonlight. That night, Jackson, we didn't just cross a line. We basted it. Forever Slick. That's from Great Aunt Mildred.
Jeez, that's Great Aunt Mildred.
And finally, yeah, I guess we're just going to focus on Jayson Tatum's injury and completely gloss over the fact that Libby Jack advised him to set his money on fire, betting on a Joe Mazzulla coach team to overcome a 2-0 series deficit.
Reigning champs.
When it should have been already clear that Tibbs was coaching circles around him. I know Jayson Tatum had 42 points and may have torn his Achilles, but the Celtics were already on their way to blowing their 3rd double-digit second-half lead in 4 games when Tatum got hurt. In part, thanks to hero ball crap where Tatum just needlessly pulls up from 28 feet instead of running an actual offensive strategy, and it goes unchecked because his coach is a lightweight who inherited a finals roster only because Ime Udoka was running out of Boston for banging the wrong woman. Hotmail screams douchebag and Jackson equals jerk, according to Learn. Is that a new report? Fortunately or unfortunately, Libby Jack cleared it up with her, and she assured him she doesn't think he's a jerk. She just forgot he even existed. You know who knows who Jackson is? The head of Lee's Chicken. Well, not the CEO, but the media buyer who had to work damage control and turn Mother's Day foot rub lemons into fried chicken lemonade following Libby Jack's cute little
This is
Instagram.
by far the worst email.
Went unnoticed for days until a retired military serviceman phoned in to ask how to explain it to his kids.
You're like getting lapped by 3 or 4 different emails right now.
That doesn't matter. The media buyer is bullish. Well, by bullish, he really just wanted to say, what a run ride that was. I mean, that was what a fun ride that was.
Texted in.
Which translates to, I want to keep my job, so no more foot rub talk in the live reads. That's from Buck Swope DBA,
Jesus.
the recess lady's breast. And Doug, that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. What you got?
Pretty good. I'm going to go with Great Aunt Mildred.
I agree. I'm going Great Aunt Mildred.
I really like grimy in South County, so I'm going grimy.
I go with Great Aunt Mildred.
No.
Great Aunt Mildred, congratulations.
Congratulations.
And you have won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. BK and Ferrario are up next. You can always podcast the program via the Schaefer Door Company podcast or rewatch it on YouTube at youtube.com/TMA. STL. For Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, Martin Kilcoyne, my brother Kevin, Douglas Selvin, Vaughn, and Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.